حضورنا الكريم السلام الملكي.
女士们、先生们，请起立，奏沙特国歌。
Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem. حضورنا الكريم نستمع إلى آيات من المصحف الكريم.
我们来播放一段《古兰经》。
Ladies and gentlemen, we will be listening to some verses from the Holy Quran.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم إن في خلق السماوات والأرض واختلاف الليل والنهار والفلك التي تجري في البحر بما ينفع الناس وما أنزل الله من السماء من ماء فأحيا به الأرض بعد موتها وبث فيها من كل دابة وتصريف الرياح والسحاب المسخر بين السماء والأرض لآيات لقوم يعقلون.
مؤتمر الأعمال العربي الصيني لشهر يونيو عام 2023. منذ أكثر من 2000 عام تشكلت العلاقة الوطيدة بين الدول العربية وجمهورية الصين الشعبية مبنية
The Republic of China was based on reliable trust and confidence that extended among the mountains and the deserts, along the ancient Silk Road and among the different continents in order to achieve a prosperous future and lead to ambitious businesses. The Arab countries and the Republic of China have a relation for more than 2,000 years, trade that extended to all the lands along both sides of the Silk Road with different continents. We inspire each other through the different continents. The Republic of China is a nation that has a clear strategy and a stable vision that is keen on building communication and enhanced cooperation among different routes for cultural and economic exchange, and its pioneership in building infrastructures that will enhance knowledge and deep understanding. Here comes the Road and the Belt initiative that is based on building the future and assistance of unleashing the potentials of thinking, of knowledge, of culture in all over the world. And these are valid reasons that will help us understand the ambitions of the Republic of China. Arab countries, they have ambitions that are unlimited, with competencies that could imagine and build great projects with advancements and technological modern innovations for emerging and big economic and technological advancements in order to attract global businesses and the best talents from all over the world. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is proud to host the Arab-Chinese 10th Business Conference in Riyadh City, welcoming all the Arab countries and China. We celebrate this partnership that is ever evolving and is more prosperous day after day, going to the future together. Your Highnesses, Your Excellencies, dear attendees, may God's peace be upon you all. Good morning. My name is Fatma Fahad. It is my pleasure and honor to welcome you here in the Arab-Chinese Business Conference in its 10th edition that represents the Arab-Chinese biggest economic event with the attendance of more than 3,000 decision makers, governmental officials, and others, in addition to a big elite of investors and specialists in the economic fields from more than 23 countries. So welcome, everyone. Peace be upon you all.
各位领导、各位来宾、女士们、先生们，大家上午好！欢迎各位领导、各位来宾、各位朋友们出席这次中阿合作论坛第10届企业家大会。此次企业家大会是自去年12月中国国家主席访问沙特后，中沙双边又一次盛会，也是中阿合作历史上规模最大的一次交流会。今天有来自23个国家，超过3000来宾共享此盛会。现在，请允许我把舞台交给我们的同事Fatima，由她来，谢谢。
شكرا لك عايد. Such a beautiful language, ladies and gentlemen. لغة بالفعل.
Thank you, Aid. Thank you very much, Aid. Dear attendees, Aid Al-Yami, thank you very much.
ضيوفنا الكرام.
Dear attendees, dear guests, the agenda of the Arab-Chinese Business Conference comes in 2 days in order to reflect the biggest Arab-Chinese gathering for businesses and investments. This is a great opportunity for investors. We have an elite of investors and specialists participating with us in order to tackle many points and many issues, interesting topics to discuss a lot of solutions. Through a number of panel discussions, meetings, and bilateral gatherings that will discuss also the ways to enhance investment for prosperity and for sustainable development in many Arab countries and in China and in all of the sectors as well. We will get to know qualitative sectors to invest in sectors like technology, renewable energy, mining, minerals, agriculture, innovation, and many more. All of these and more are available for you and within your reach in order to go ahead for more cooperation for prosperity for all of us. Here, dear attendance, comes the minute when we welcome and we start opening the 10th round of the Arab-Chinese business round. His Royal Highness, the Prince Faisal bin Farhan, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Saudi Arabia, honored to invite him to the stage. In the name of Allah, the Beneficent, the Merciful, all praise is due to Allah. Peace and blessings be upon the Prophet Muhammad, his family and companions. Your Excellency, the Deputy of the Political Advisory Body of the Chinese Republic, dear Excellencies, dear Highnesses, dear Excellencies, dear attendees, peace be upon you all. It is my pleasure in the beginning to communicate the greetings from His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, Prince Mohammed bin Salman bin Abdul Aziz, the Chairman of the Cabinet, greeting you for the opening of the 10th Arab-China Business Conference 2023. This economic event that is huge and hosted by the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia under the title of Cooperation for Prosperity with auspicious patronage from His Royal Highness, because His Royal Highness is keen on elevating the level of work and business in order to come up with outcomes that are suitable for this ancient and big cooperation relation between the Arab countries and the Republic of China. It is my pleasure to express my honor and my happiness to welcome you all here, wishing you all a successful conference to come up with the desired outcomes. It is inspirational to see such elite of officials, decision makers, experts from our colleagues and our brothers from Arab countries and from the Republic of China here in Riyadh, the capital city of Saudi Arabia, going together hand in hand to enhance our cooperation that has been there for centuries, although we're not close in geography. This enhances further our confidence and our trust amongst the Arab peoples and the Chinese people in order to enhance our contributions towards progress and advancement for humanity, writing a new chapter of international cooperation. Dear attendees, our gathering today is an opportunity for working to enhance the Arab-Chinese historical friendship relations in order to build a mutual joint future for a new era that will bring good to all of our peoples, keeping peace and development in the world. Dear attendees, currently we're talking about cooperation for prosperity. This indicates the joint mutual visions that lie within the economic investment relations between the Arab countries and China, shedding the light on how to work together, how to align our visions, and how to build new opportunities for economy and growth. In order to go ahead with prosperity and achieve prosperity and development for our peoples. And I'd like to shed the light on the prosperous, fruitful outcomes that came out of this conference since it was incepted in the first date in order to enhance political, mutual trust and dialogue and cooperation between the two sides. I'd like also to congratulate all of us for the cooperation that happened within the Forum of Arab-Chinese Economic Cooperation based on the events that happened. The last of it was the 18th meeting for the officials of Arab-Chinese economic cooperation and the 7th round for the strategic talks that was in Hangzhou City in China in May 2023. Dear Your Highnesses, Your Excellencies, the successful visit of the Xi Jinping, the Chinese president, to Riyadh in 2022 increased the depth of relations between our two friend countries in all of the sectors and fields, political, economic, and investment, as well as commercial, that came in line with the first Arab Chinese summit and the Gulf Chinese summit that led to the signing of many memorandum of understandings and many agreements with a value of more than $50 billion that included many different sectors. Although, furthermore, China is the biggest trade partner for Arab countries. The total of commercial or trade exchange between the two sides is $432 billion in 2022, with a growth of 31% compared to 2021. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia represents 25% of the total trade exchange between China and the Arab countries. The volume of commercial exchange between Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and China is $106 billion in 2022, with 30% increase compared to 2021. We are proud of the achievements that we had through our partnership so far, and this pushes us even further to enhance these relations based on our mutual will from both sides in order to enhance and develop the volume of our partnerships by building and aligning what we have in our Arab region in terms of natural resources and human cadres and competencies in order to develop our investment fertile environment, and also based on what China has in terms of technologies and competencies that will enable us to build our futures and our economies for the next generations. Dear brothers and sisters, through this event, we hope that we will benefit from the great attendance of the Arab business sector, private sector, and the Chinese private sector in order to exchange our qualitative economic opportunities, to also benefit from the panel discussions and the fruitful conversations on different sectors and topics that will be presented through the discussion panels of this conference and its workshops that is participated by an elite of experts and decision makers and businessmen and women. I'm hopeful and trustful that our Chinese guests will have a clearer vision of the huge opportunities of investments in our Arab region in different sectors. In conclusion, I'd like to express again my gratitude and my thankfulness and my appreciation for each and everyone attending with us, for joining us in this global prominent event, hoping that this event will lead us to recommendations and results that will enhance further our Arab-Chinese relations to achieve our mutual goals and joint benefits. Hoping you all a successful, enjoyable participation, and peace be upon you all.
شكرا جزيلا.
Thank you sincerely, Your Excellency, for fruitful words. I'm also glad to invite to the stage the General Secretary of the Arab League, Mr. Ahmed Abul Ghaid, to give his speech. In the name of Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful, Your Excellency, Prince Faisal bin Farhan bin Abdullah Al Saud, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Excellency Engineer Khalid bin Abdulaziz Al Faleh, the Minister of Investment in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Excellency Ho Chuan Kwa, the Vice Chairman of the Counseling Committee of the Republic of China, Your Excellencies, Your Highnesses, Your Excellencies, many ministers and elite, of which we hold respect for all the attendees. Distinguished guests, it's my pleasure to share with you today the opening of the 10th round of the Business Conference of Arab and China and the 8th round of the Investments Roundtable under the slogan Cooperation for Prosperity, with the sponsorship from His Highness Prince Mohammed bin Salman bin Abdulaziz Al Saud, the Crown Prince of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, the Prime Minister. Allow me to extend my thanks and gratitude to His Excellency Engineer Khalid bin Abdulaziz Al Faleh and his team for all the efforts for the great preparation for this event and their keenness to continue to coordinate with the General Secretary of the Arab League and all the other partners to be presented as it is today. And also would like to thank him for the hospitality that we were surrounded by in the kingdom since our arrival in this blessed Holy Land. Ladies and gentlemen, the sponsorship of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and I'd like to remind you all that it continues our Arab efforts since it's headed the Arab League meetings in Jeddah in past May. I will say that the sponsorship of this event comes as a continuation for their successful efforts in holding the first Chinese Arab Summit in Riyadh of December 2022. And it is a summit that gave its outputs a new push to the Chinese-Arab cooperation in economical and political and cultural aspects. As the two parties were the keen interest to continue cooperation to broader horizons, and I would like to thank the Republic of China for all their efforts and their keenness to further enhance the friendship relationship in an atmosphere of trust, confidence, and compatibility. The Chinese-Arab relationships continue to further develop and extend throughout history. The relationship between the two nations of cultures that witnessed cultural exchange up to date. And this communication continued to develop, and a keen interest by the two parties, the Chinese and the Arab parties, to continue to build on this relationship and to further expand to new horizons. And as we are here today to continue writing a new page of history of cooperation, that I'm confident that it shall continue its solidarity and enrichment in the light of what we are sensing of the mutual initiatives. And in this regard, I'd like to remind you all that the mechanism of the Arab-Chinese Business Conference, as we are continue to meet in its context, was one of the first mechanisms that was developed in the Chinese-Arab cooperation initiatives in 2004, and it has contributed to better identify the investment opportunities for both parties, in which major investment and business transactions were concluded that leaded to enhance the social and economic development in both China and the Arab states. And this event also is considered of great importance in the light of what we are witnessing of the negative repercussions of the decrease of growth of global economy and the crisis of the Russian-Ukrainian conflict and its implication on the different sectors. And we are looking forward to enrich our discussions in the different sessions of this event and to find the ideal means to better benefit from all the capabilities made available for both parties, the Arab and the Chinese. Distinguished guests, the opportunities of investment in the Arab states are many and they are promising, but it remained a low-key attracting element of foreign investments and foreign capital compared to the other geographical regions, as the statistics indicate volatility and decline and incline of what we have seen of events and crises in the region. Despite all these inputs, there are positive indicators to overcome such obstacles in the light of what we see in our what we monitoring of ambitious development plans launched by Arab states. The Arab-Chinese gathering also will be a good opportunity to attract technology, capital, and the Chinese investment companies working in the Arab states in the framework of the Belt and the Road and the two initiatives launched by His Excellency the President of the Republic of China, and the light of the joint Arab efforts, the Arab League, who was keen for a number of decades in developing and enhancing the investment atmosphere in the Arab states, in addition to all the efforts to build relationship with the other business coalitions, both regional and global, such as this event. And I also like to indicate 2 points. For example, the first, the reliance of the approval of the Arab states of investments in the Arab states made by China, that as we are drafting the new draft with the international powerhouse in this regard. And I'll take advantage of this opportunity to thank the Ministry of Investment of Saudi Arabia that provided the General Secretary of the Arab League with a very important contribution in the preparation of the draft that we indicated. The other aspect in fulfilling the major Arab economic region under the umbrella of the Arab League, as we witnessed recently an unprecedented advancement to an Arab joint market. And also that's a matter who will lead to an increase of foreign investment, direct foreign investment, and to further benefit from all the exceptional opportunities in the region. In conclusion, I would like to reiterate and renew my thanks and gratitude for the preparation of this very important conference, hoping that we will reach recommendation, initiatives, and ideas that will further enhance the Chinese-Arab cooperation. Thank you.
شكرا جزيلا لك معالي.
Thank you, Excellency.
Very much, Your Excellency. Ladies and gentlemen, it is with pleasure for his opening keynote to call on stage the Vice Chairman at CPP-CC National Committee of China, His Excellency, Mr. Hu Chuan.
尊敬的沙特外交大臣费沙尔亲王，尊敬的阿蒙秘书长盖特阁下，尊敬的沙特投资大臣法利赫阁下，尊敬的各位嘉宾、女士们、先生们、朋友们。
Ladies and gentlemen, dear attendees, welcome everyone. It is my pleasure to meet you here in the beautiful city of Riyadh, the city of gardens, to attend the 10th Arab-China Business Conference round and the 8th round for the Businesses and Investments Seminar. On behalf of the Chinese government, it is my pleasure to open this conference and to express my gratitude for all friends who work in cooperation between China and the Arab countries. In late December, the Chinese president attended the first Arab-Chinese summit and the Saudi-Chinese summit and the first Gulf Chinese summit, and he made a successful visit for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, shedding the light and starting a new era of cooperation between the Arab countries, the KSA and the Gulf from one side and China from one side. Xi Jinping, the Chinese president, sent a clear message to the Arab countries stating that China is ready to work with Arab countries on the implementation of the results of the first Arab-Chinese conference and to build a strategic Arab-Chinese strategy on a higher level. The Chinese-Arab Businessmen Conference is a main tool in order to further enhance the cooperation between Arab countries and China. Since we have had 9 rounds of the business conferences and 7 rounds of the investment rounds, this played an important role in enhancing the economic and commercial cooperation between both sides, in order to build a joint future for all of us. This round, which is under the title of Cooperation for Prosperity, is of great importance as it aims at the implementation of the outcomes of the first round, focusing on trade, finances, infrastructure, renewable energy, agriculture, green aspects, green sectors, and digital economy in order to polarize alignment and to enhance practical cooperation. Dear ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, thanks to the strategic guidance of Xi Jinping and the leaders of the Arab countries, the strategic partnerships between Arab countries and China is ever evolving and leading to prosperous future results recently, and it has become a model for cooperation between all countries. It deepens more cooperation and investment between both sides, enhancing economic and trade cooperation continuously. In 2022, the Arab-Chinese trade was $432.4 billion with an increase of 30.6% on an annual basis. Now these achievements come easily with the economic global commercial shrinkage that we're witnessing. This is the 10th round of the Belt and the Road initiative by the Chinese president. The Arab countries are natural partners for building the road and the belt because of their geographical location. And the Chinese-Arab cooperation in this aspect have led and achieved qualitative results in the last 10 years. We cooperated on building the Belt and the Road with 21 countries and the Arab League, and we have implemented more than 200 mega projects in infrastructure, energy, and other sectors that played an important role in enhancing economic development and enhancing the prosperity of the peoples of both of the sides. For example, the railway project between Mecca, the holy city, and Medina in Saudi Arabia, and the main stadium project in Qatar, Mondial, and also the other railways and other projects in Arab countries. These are milestones for the Arab-Chinese friendship. Dear ladies and gentlemen, in light of the accelerating changes globally, China and as well as the Arab countries face a historical task, which is to enhance the development of their nations and to accelerate growth. We have set the outlines of building a modern nation according to the G20 and the round 20 of the our party, Communist Party in China, and we are committed to building our future and a qualitative future for the Belt and Road, and we look forward to enhancing cooperation between China and the Arab countries in order to work for prosperity and development. We are all ready to enhance important alignments between the Chinese president and all Arab leaders in order to enhance the spirit of cooperation in order to build the Chinese Arab community for joint future towards a new modern era. First, to enhance strategic alignment, China works on qualitative development and to building a modern industrial ecosystem to enhance openness and to build the quality and the cooperation and investment. We will host the third round of the Belt and Road Initiative with international cooperation. We are keen on seizing this advantage in order to start the implementation of the outlines and the main pillars of the bigger initiative between China and the Arab countries, and to enhance development between China and the Arab countries in order to open new horizons for more cooperation between China and the Arab countries. And at the same time, we will work towards the implementation of the global UN initiative and agenda for 2030. Second, we will increase the quality of trade and we will elevate its status. Trade is a main driver for the economic globalization internationally and a main pillar for the security of supply chain globally. The international global economy is recovering continuously and the development is accelerating, driven by innovation. Within the next 15 years, the prominent status of China will be more prominent in the market with 800 million population entering the work market. Arab countries, we hope that they will benefit from the Chinese International Exhibition and the Arab-Chinese Exhibition and other platforms in order to market our products and our services that are distinguished. Third, we will create a driving force for the development of industries. China is currently working on achieving qualitative, smart, green development in the industrial sector, creating new drivers for development like the new generation of the information technology and artificial intelligence, as also biological technologies and others. In order to drive a clear integration, deep integration between the modern technologies and the industrialization and new modern industry and modern agriculture. The Arab side is also working on diversifying their economies by finding a new road for industrialization. In this context, we are ready to work with the Arab side in order to localize and to deepen our cooperation in the field of, specifically in the field of water and energy, and to increase things like low carbon energy, green energy, investment, finances, and we welcome Arab businesses to increase their investments in China, and we also enhance Chinese companies that are capable of investing in the Arab countries as well. We hope that the Arab countries will provide a fair and open business environment for Chinese businessmen and women. Fourth, deepen cooperation and communication between the business communities. Business is considered a main pillar and milestone for increasing practical cooperation between China and the Arab world. Today, more than 3,500 representatives of our business community are gathering here under one roof in order to cooperate and dialogue on topics related to friendship and cooperation. And I hope that all our friends in the business community will benefit from being here in this business conference, Arab-China Business Conference, and other tools that are available, and to work together on achieving better outcomes for our future cooperation. The Saudi side is also keen on have a lot of efforts that were exerted in order to have success in this conference, hosting it and organizing it. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia plays a very important role in the regional and international realms because of their distinguished geographical location, their population, and their history, and their energy and resources and potentials for development. We are willing to work with Saudi Arabia in order to enhance and achieve the rise of our nations and to enhance cooperation in the infrastructures and elevating the level of trade, investment, and finances in order to contribute to the development, to the diversification of economy in the kingdom, and to enhance our friendship to a higher level. I'd like also to refer to that the Arab League and the Secretary General of the Arab League and the Union of Chambers of Commerce are working also to the success of this conference. We are willing to work with the Arab side in order to enhance cooperation, communication, and to provide better services for the businesses. We hope that we will play even a bigger role in order to build the Arab-China community for a joint future. The national community or authority, Chinese authority for global investment and trade, is a very important body. And this council, in the second part of this year, will host the Supply Chains Conference and the Conference of the Belt and Road for Business Men and Women. And we welcome the participation of the Arab side in these two events actively in order to provide opportunities, more opportunities, and we will support these events. In conclusion, I wish you success in this conference and the workshops and the investment seminar. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Thank you. أما الآن حضورنا الكريم وقبل أن نخوض في جلساتنا
Now we will continue our sessions and the different details of our agenda. I'm glad to ask you to the stage the Minister of Investments, His Excellency Engineer Khalid Al-Faleh. Please welcome him. In the name of Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful. Praise be to Allah and peace be upon Prophet Muhammad. Excellency, Zionist Mr. Faisal Al-Farhan, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Saudi Arabia, Mr. Abu Ghayth, the General Secretary of the Arab League, His Excellency Mr. Hu Chuanhua, the Vice Chairman of the Political Economy Committee of the Republic of China, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, peace be upon you. And I'm glad to be with you today and to welcome you in the opening of the 10th round of the Arab-China Business Conference held under the slogan of Cooperation for Prosperity. And here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, in the big house of Arab, and where the world gathers. And I would like in the beginning to express my thanks and gratitude to His Excellency, His Royal Highness, the Godfather of the vision of the kingdom and the maker of the vision, Prince Mohammed bin Salman bin Abdulaziz Al Saud. The Crown Prince, the Prime Minister, was sponsoring this major event, and he's the one who said, Arab nations have the culture and the human resources, the natural resources, what qualify to lead and to ensure that we make an inclusive renaissance for all our nations in all fields. We thank the Crown Prince for sponsoring this round, and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is leading this round of the Arab League meetings that embodies the importance of enhancing the relationship with China and to further expanding a base of the different successes in political and diplomatic arenas to include the arenas of economy and the inclusive investment and to create new opportunities for sustainable partnerships. Distinguished guests, during the past few decades, our relationship in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia has grown exponentially with the Republic of China, as we are a major partner of China in the Arab world and a portal to the entry of the Arab world, and also the biggest economy in the Middle East and the economy of the most rapid growth globally. Now we are committed to work as a bridge that will link the Arab world to China and that will contribute to further develop our relationship, and hosting this the elite from all the Arab world and from our friend the Republic of China is a true evidence of that embodies our intentions, and it's of great importance to reiterate that one of the most motivators of the economy is the economical strategies that is based on exceptional national vision, based on plans and strong executive plans. And maybe the vision of the Kingdom 2030 embodies these strategies that will contribute to prepare the Arab region for its promising future. And we have no doubt, distinguished guests, that the fuel that will launch the energies of cooperation with China in the Arab world is first represented by its human resources, as the population of the Arab world is more than 500 million, most of which are youth, and also in the national GDP of the Arab countries that mount up to $3.5 trillion US dollars, third of which are here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and also the natural resources and the energy, diversified energy sources, be it traditional or renewable, and the exceptional geographic location, and those are abilities that promises an inclusive renaissance, as has been stated by the Lord Crown Prince, and to further expand and creating major opportunities for our common renaissance for further cooperation in commercial and economical aspects. And we are, in this gathering, we are welcoming the participation of China and the contribution of China in this common renaissance, and we continue to work with China to take advantage of all the major opportunities that are before our eyes, because we believe in a broad-based inclusiveness of all of our economies. The opportunities and this compatibility is evident in the growth of the trade exchange between China and the Arab state, as indicated by His Excellency, His Highness Prince Faisal bin Farhan. The exports of energy from the Arab world has helped in further developing the economy of growth in the Republic of China, and exchange the goods or the commodities manufactured in China had reached every office and every factory in the Arab states. Distinguished guests, no doubt that this growth in exchange trade and the compatibility of needs create many diversified opportunities, promising opportunities, and we shall delve into this topic during this event, and that is investment. After the great transformation that has witnessed by China to become a nation that exports investment and a leading entity of capital and innovation, I think it is time for China to become a major investment partner in the journey of development that we are witnessing here in the Arab region, as indicated by the General Secretary of the Arab League, Mr. Mohammed Ahmed Abul Ghait. And indeed, the direct foreign investment of China directed to the outside world by about 20% annually in the past decade. And the share of the Arab states mounted up to $23 million only, and we are, of course, ambitious for more, hoping that this conference that will set the right atmosphere to achieve this increase. But in contrast, there's still a possibility to increase the Arab investments in that direction to benefit from the broad market of China, that is the thriving market of China. And also, China plays a leadership role in advanced technology and innovation, as pointed out by the Vice Chairman of the Counseling Board of China. As we in the Arab world, we have the determination and the human and the monetary capital to ensure support of this field and to further develop it. These opportunities and these capabilities will be the base in which we drafted and prepared for this conference that will include dialogue sessions from members of both the private and the public sector to discuss the strategic points of views and the promises and capabilities in different fields, such as renewable energy and the advanced manufacturing, logistic services, communication, and the advanced digital technologies. We are all looking forward to continue listening to the deliberation and to benefit from its outputs. Your Excellencies, Your Highnesses, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, I'm confident that our meeting among the elite will be a golden opportunity to revive the cultural and economical relationship that links China to the Arab states, as it was deeply rooted in history. As the Arabian Peninsula and the coastlines of the Mediterranean had a strong relationship in the exchange of trade with China through the Silk Road. I ask our distinguished guests to understand more about our culture and history, to also observe all the realistic investment opportunities through meetings and the field visits that we prepared for, and ask all to take advantage of this opportunity as we are all gathered here to further deepen our relationship and to create and develop our relationship that remained for centuries the reason for the prosperity and the growth of our nations. Allow me to conclude my speech to ask you all to work from this point on through this event to launch a modern Silk Road, a new Silk Road that is motivated by our vision to continue cooperation. And the fuel of this launch is our youth and also our innovation to fulfill all our interests and the interest of all our partners in all parts of the world. Thank you for listening, and I'm hoping that we all ask Allah to help us achieve success, and peace be upon you.
شكرا جزيلا معاليك. بالفعل حضورنا الكريم كما أشار معاليه هناك بالفعل.
As said by His Excellency, there is a distinguished elite today, and it's a golden opportunity for investors to revive trade and investment ties as well as cultural ties that connect China to the Arab world, since ancient history. We are also looking forward for a new modern Silk Road that will drive us towards success and cooperation for prosperity. Dear attendees, now we start our first panel discussion for the day that will be talking about investment and financing along the Belt and Road Initiative. The first panel discussion will be moderated by my distinguished colleague, Lara Habib. Let's welcome Lara Habib to the stage. Your Excellencies, Your Highnesses, Your Excellencies, dear attendees, good morning. It is my pleasure to be with you here today managing or moderating a decision about investment and financing along the Belt and Road Initiative. The Belt and Road Initiative is an initiative that was launched by China in 2013 in order to with the goal of connecting Asia, Europe, and Africa through a vast network of infrastructure, roads and ports, and digital channels as well. The value of the projects related to the Belt and Road Initiative is more than $1 trillion since it was established. 60% of them are through construction contracts, and 40% are investments that are non-financial. The Arab countries played an important role in this initiative because of their geographical strategic location and the increasing economic cooperation with China, given that China is the biggest importer of oil in the world. In the recent decade, the size of trade between Arab countries and China increased to be $300 billion, and the direct Chinese investments in the Arab countries increased 2.5 times to reach $23 billion, and more than 200 projects were implemented along the Belt and Road Initiative. How do Arab countries benefit from this initiative, and to what extent there will be alignment with the local economic and developmental plans? What are the future areas of cooperation, and what are the most important financing and investment aspects along the Belt and Road Initiative? These questions and more will be asked in this panel discussion with my dear guests. Welcome with me His Excellency, the Minister of Investments in Saudi Arabia, Mr. Khalid Al-Faleh, Her Excellency Rani Al-Mashat, Minister of International Cooperation in Egypt, Mr. Abdul Salam Al-Murshidi, the Head of Investment Authority in Oman, Mr. Chen Tianeng, the Deputy Chairman of the Chinese Council for Enhancing Global Trade, Mr. Mohammed Abrayad, the head of Aqua Power, Chairman of the Board of Directors of Aqua Power, Mr. Ronnie Chan, Hangland Properties, Chairman of the Board of Directors in Hong Kong. Thank you very much for being with us. Your Excellency, the Minister, allow me to start with you. The visit of the Chinese President last year to Saudi Arabia, a memorandum of understanding was signed to align the vision of Saudi Arabia 2030 and the Belt and Road Initiative. So, what are the points of cooperation and alignment between the vision and the initiative? Thank you very much, Lara. And I'd like to welcome everyone again. Of course, the kingdom, as I mentioned in my opening speech, started the relations with China in the modern eras decades ago, since the 90s, and we started by looking for areas of cooperation and integration. Maybe the clearest manner was through the renaissance, the big renaissance that happened in China in the recent decades, especially in the field of energy. And we have had similar experiences with the Arab countries that exported energy, whether oil, gas or petrochemicals or other petroleum services to the biggest increasing energy market in the world and in history. China has this huge status that made it the factory of the world in these decades, and this civilizational development by also the emergence of urbanization and people going from rural areas to cities in China. Also, the products of China that contributed a lot in the Arab world, for example, in the development that is happening currently in Saudi Arabia, contributing to providing many industrialized and manufactured goods in a very competitive prices. The kingdom, currently, according to the 2030 vision, we have many targets. Some of these targets may be close to what China has had in terms of accelerated industrial development and exportation, logistics, and logistics services. But also an important sector and part of the 2030 vision of the kingdom is to be a linking episode between the three continents, Asia, Africa, and Europe, through the maritime logistics, transportation, and railway, land and sea and air transportation in the kingdom, as well as logistics connection and also the energy connection. Saudi Arabia started currently to connect the electricity grids with Egypt, with Gulf countries, and recently the Prince Abdulaziz bin Salman, the Minister of Energy, had an agreement to connect the grid with Iraq, and we hope that we will connect with Africa as a continent and with India, Pakistan, and these countries through cables. And we also have information technology connection through the communication networks and also the information technology in terms of, because it has an important role in terms of development. So I think that this direction from the Arab countries and the Middle East in general is integrating what China is aspiring to achieve through the strategy on the initiative of the Belt and Road that was launched by the Chinese President Xi Jinping, and by connecting the infrastructures, whether it is by connecting logistics, as I mentioned before, or energy connections or technological connections. We hope, as I mentioned before, that China in the next period, as many other countries went, like Europe, America, and Japan, we hope that in the next development phase of China, will be having China an investor outside of China. And I think in this event, in this context, the whole Arab world is looking for countries that share our vision, that see the growth of their businesses externally, not only for exportation. Exportation will remain important, and we will work with the Chinese government and companies to integrate for meeting the needs of Arab countries in order to build mega projects and to increase consumption, and we'll make sure that China will have a big share of this market. But we also need, in the next developmental era, we need real Chinese investments that will add value, not only to receive our mineral resources, natural resources, but also to add value by industrialization, logistics services, connecting the region and to each other, and connecting the region to its surroundings in Africa, Europe, and all, of course, with Asia that is led by China today. Saudi Arabia is on the right track because it's the third biggest country receiving investments from China in the last year. So do you think that there are great hopes for investments and aspirations and ambitions that are set for FDIs in Saudi Arabia to reach $100 billion by the year 2030? Will the biggest of them come, or the biggest share will it come from China? I will leave that to be answered by Mohammed Abu Nayyan about their experience from the private sector by working on attracting Chinese companies. But I'd like to remind you that through the summit that was held in December and through this visit of President Xi Jinping and also the other summits and workshops, without a lot of previous preparations because of the closure that happened in China last year, although all of this happened, we could signed $50 billion of agreements, and I think this is just the beginning of the flow of investments, Chinese investments in the next period. There are current investments that are considerable, but they are still not meeting the aspirations and the ambitions of the Saudi economy, because what we witnessed in the recent times, the willingness of Chinese companies, whether private companies or governmental companies, or the financing funds in China, this gives us the assumption that China is having a different strategy by mixing their exportation of goods and services with exporting investments. And I'd like to reiterate and confirm for my colleagues from the Arab world that what is coming to Saudi Arabia will be good for the rest of the Arab countries. We believe that the economic strength of Saudi Arabia is only an integral part of the economic integration and relations of the whole bigger Arab world. So what we receive from China is not only for us in Saudi Arabia, it is for our Arab surrounding and environment. We are always connected to our Arab countries in terms of growth and prosperity. Your Excellency, do you have specific numbers about the size and volumes of investments and the volume of projects that are implemented in Saudi Arabia related to this initiative, and the volume of investments that came to Saudi Arabia? I didn't recollect the numbers now. I mentioned the $50 billion of agreements, but there are many Chinese banks that work in the kingdom, and they have branches in the kingdom, and they are providing a lot of direct lending for project financing and for syndicated loans. Also, there is a flow of lending, and also there is a big cooperation between the Tadawul stock exchange and Hong Kong market, and we hope that this will extend to Shanghai markets and other Chinese markets in terms of listing or joint listing for some of the companies in these financial markets in order to facilitate the flow of capitals for the stock markets. We can also mention that in the recent times, most of the Chinese investments were in the energy sector. The biggest currently is in Yasrib company in Yanbu, the biggest oil refinery in Saudi Arabia. It was built in cooperation between Saudi Aramco and the Chinese Sinopec company. There are also investments for Aramco and SABIC there in China of that go for more than $20 billion. Renewable energy also, and my colleague, Mr. Mohammed bin Ayan, will talk about it. It was also a sector not only for Chinese investment in the kingdom, but also, as will be mentioned by my colleague, also we have joint investments, Saudi-Chinese investments in other countries in the Arab world, in Middle Asia and Africa, in order to enable the comprehensive development, not only for bilateral relations. Thank you. Your Excellency, the Minister, there is a lot of cooperation and integration between the Egyptian development plans and Chinese plans, and especially for the development of the access of Suez Canal and the new administrative capital. What is the volume of these initiatives in Saudi Arabia and investments? Thank you, Laurent. Thank you, Your Excellency, for the invitation and for organizing this event. The Belt and the Road started in 2013, so now we're talking about 10 years. The relation between Egypt and the Republic of China is a very strong relationship. The access of Suez Canal attracts a lot of companies. We have the industrial company of TIDA. This is a Chinese company, and they work in different sectors like equipment, like heavy equipment, textiles, chemicals, and many other industries. All different countries have their own visions, 2030 vision. In Egypt, we have our 2030 vision, and maybe the common denominator between all different countries are the SDGs of the United Nations. So any project that we negotiate on leads to maybe increasing the workforce, the renewable energy, the clean energy. Also, all of the SDGs are basis for economic relations between different countries today. The Suez Canal region has also different ports, and we have started huge investments in the Egyptian ports. Maybe the philosophy of the belt of and the road is to connect different continents and to invest in the infrastructure, which is a basic basis for increasing trade and increasing the creation of different opportunities for investors. Another thing that is very important, which is the innovation in terms of the types of financing. Maybe in the beginning of 2013, with the initiative from the Chinese side, reiterated that there will be financing for different countries, which is a part of the Belt and Road Initiative. After the pandemic, there have been some slowness and lagging, but we found that the investment bank for infrastructure, the Asian Bank, the AIB, is one of the most important financing banks for different projects in different countries, including Egypt, and Egypt is a founding country, and this had played an important role in increasing Chinese financing in Egypt and financing many developmental projects, especially those related to infrastructure like railways and others. Also, recently, we have joined the BRICS, the new development bank that has a philosophy that was mentioned in the opening remarks, which is the idea of encouraging cooperation, South-South cooperation between the developmental cooperation differs from the east to different areas. So there are different cooperation areas. And the other idea is the idea of partnership between the public and private sectors and between big Egyptian companies and the Chinese companies. And this is available. And also the Suez Canal region in specific is considered very attractive because of its distinguished locations and privileges, especially when it's related to some of the legislation aspects and legal aspects and specificities, and also the idea of the geographical location and the connectivity between different ports. So what is the best business model for you? Do you prefer to work with public banks in China or public-private sectors or private sector companies? Because here we're speaking about huge products, huge loans, long-term loans. So the conditions for the loans and their feasibility are very important for the sustainability of financing and the sustainability of the projects. Maybe as an international cooperation minister, the part that is related to financing and developmental financing, which is long-term financing, is with low interest rates that are different from the market. So I think the basis in this is especially in the infrastructure, because at the end of the day, it will serve development in general. If there is a road, if there is a port connecting Egypt and Saudi Arabia, in electricity, this was done by Arab funds like the Saudi and Kuwaiti funds. So they are long-term and they're supporting the bigger idea, which is connectivity, not only among countries, but also among continents. Your Excellency, Mr. Abdel Salam, maybe the biggest phases of cooperation between China and Oman was in the building of Duqm, huge port, a strategic port, a huge project. And what are the benefits, the main benefits of this cooperation and partnership with China in these projects and other projects as well that you are thinking of? Thank you very much, Laura. Maybe I will start by an introduction about the relation between Oman and China that was imposed by geography, because the Sultanate of Oman is the eastern gate of the Arab world. We're facing Asia. So the first Omani ship that went more than 1,000 years ago from Sahara, a port going through India, Sri Lanka, Sumatra, through Malacca Strait, and went to Canton port in China more than 1,000 years ago. The relations continued, and the first Chinese fleet arrived. Salalah was about 600 years ago, led by the Admiral Chinka. And by the way, the Admiral is the leader of the fleet that is called the Treasure Fleet of China. He was a Muslim of Muslim origins, and this is another indication that our Arab and Islamic cultures and civilization had deep relations with the Chinese civilization. So I'll not take much time, but I wanted to mention that we have Chinese existence in all of the Omani ports, including Duqm port. The Sultanate of Oman was the first Arab country to officially agree on joining the Asian Bank for Infrastructures, AIIB, that was mentioned by Her Excellency the Minister. This is because we believed in the existence of financing tools for this project that will be a maritime road and also land built. Also, the investments of Oman with the Republic of China extended to more than the Omani and Chinese borders. For example, we have a joint port between the Omani Investment Authority and the Chinese Investment Corporation in a maritime port for containers in Istanbul in Turkey, which is one of the biggest ports that are working in Istanbul currently for containers, and it is considered one of the main pillars of the Road and Built initiative. Also, the cooperation continued in many fields, and even in the digital build, if we can say so. There is a fund between China and Saudi Arabia in Shenzhen to invest in the technologies of the fourth industrial revolution, and this is its third year. COVID caused some delay, but we are proud that we have a Chinese-Omani joint team working on that investment in Shenzhen. There are many different examples. Duqm Port, going back to your question, is maybe the main port for future port for heavy industries in Oman. So petrochemicals and others, like, for example, other industries like engines and vehicles might be one of the best, safest havens for them is Duqm Port, and we consider it as a platform not only for Omani investments but also for Arab projects, Gulf projects that are launched from Duqm Port. And His Excellency Engineer Khalid Al-Falih visited the port 2 years ago, and he looked at and he has witnessed the potentials there. 1 year after his visit, we signed the first memorandum of understanding for establishing a big project through Omani, Kuwaiti, and Saudi financing, and we consider China as the biggest market for such projects. So the contribution in these projects in different sectors, whether energy or logistics and transportation or digital and information technology and future technologies, Oman is always existing in such huge project that was launched by China, which is an extension of the historic vision and message and mission of China. And we work in the eastern part of Africa in cooperation with some of the Chinese companies to establish some of the platforms that will serve Chinese Arab African work. In order to develop these relations, and here I'd like to hear from the Chinese opinion. Thank you for being with us, Mr. Chen. How do you see the horizons of cooperation between Arab countries and China along the Belt and Road Initiative?
我先介绍一下，我来自中国最大的贸易投资促进机构——中国国际贸易促进委员会。这次很高兴率领这个企业家队伍来到我们美丽、充满生机活力的沙特阿拉伯利雅得出席中阿合作论坛第10届企业家大会。应该讲，这次企业大会。
I'd like to welcome you here in this conference. This is a very important event, and this is because it has the interest of all of the sides and all of the parties. As to answer the invitation from Xi Jinping, the Chinese president, and it was welcomed by all of the Arab countries. And currently, more than 150 countries in the world and more than 30 international organizations signed initiatives and cooperation initiatives along the Belt and Road Initiative with China. especially cooperation with the Arab countries and in
到航空航天
the infrastructure and renewable energy, aviation, communication,
到经济到法治
and the Green Silk Road, as well as digital economy. All of these initiatives have achieved big achievements,
我是希望
and
从政府跟政府之间建立良好的友好合作关系。
development is not only for a specific project, but we are also interested in deepening the relation between different governments in order to find an environment that is viable for the development growth of different countries. So the goal of our gathering and our event is to establish a platform for enhancing cooperation between business men and women in different fields and to enhance and to provide more support for cooperation between different agencies. The biggest role that we can play and the most important one is to provide
各方面合作
a qualitative service
双方进行。
through cooperation between Chinese entities and global entities and also legal guarantees.
عدة نقاط مهمة ذكرتها وخاصة
You also mentioned something that is very important, especially related to renewable energy. And maybe also the biggest example in this event for cooperation between the private sector and this initiative lies in Aqua Power Company. Mr. Mohammed, we know that China is starting and investing with you through the Silk Fund. They bought 49% of the renewable energy unit of Aqua Power. So there are many projects that are started by the company within that initiative. So can you tell us more about these projects and how can we learn from Aqua Power Initiative? Thank you, Your Excellency. I'd like to say it's not 49% of Aqua Power for renewable energy. There is a company that we established in 2016 in cooperation between Aqua Power 51% and Silk Road Fund 49%. In order to invest, as mentioned by His Excellency Minister Khalid Al-Falih, in the Belt and Road Initiative, because in Aqua Power we were lucky and we were happy to believe in China since the beginning of Aqua Power. So that's why since the establishment of Aqua Power, the first office that we opened outside of Saudi Arabia was in Beijing in 2008. And all praises due to Allah, we established for joint work with our brothers in the Republic of China, because we always believed in China that it will be by pioneering technology, pioneering also in the field of industrialization, construction, financing, insurance, and strategic partnerships. We also believed in the Belt and Road Initiative that was launched by the President of China in 2013. That's why, as mentioned by His Excellency Mr. Khalid Al-Falih, we have worked in more than 9 countries today with partnerships in the new company for renewable energy, in addition to other partners like SPIC, Power China, Energy China, and many other companies. We also partnered with China in many other countries in addition to this company, because this company is not the only area of investment. We invested in many Arab countries like the United Arab Emirates, Egypt, now in Iraq. We also partnered in many countries in Middle Asia, in Uzbekistan. Currently, we have negotiations to work on 2 more countries in Middle Asia. We worked in Africa as well. What distinguishes China, and this is something that I always mention, is that China believes in the 2030 vision led by His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, Chairman of the Cabinet, Prince Mohammed bin Salman, that has a lot of integration between the 2030 vision of the kingdom and the Belt and Road Initiative. And we currently can see that there is joint cooperation and joint partnerships, successful partnerships that we lead. Currently, we have more than $40 billion of in aqua power of agreements and projects with China. And in the future, it will be tens of billions of even more. But we believe, and we currently speak about investments also in China. Aqua Power will invest in China because China also realized that aqua power is important to invest in China because we have a model that we started in aqua power. Our colleagues and our partners in China were astonished by its positiveness, that we buy Chinese equipment and technology, and we have harmony between these technologies by financing and by establishing by other tools that will enable us to be now the biggest competitor in the world and the biggest and the lowest cost in the world in terms of renewable energy in the world with the Chinese technology and the Chinese products. This made our partners in China wanting to achieve this model in China again. Because China, if we look at the cost of production and the production price is way higher than our model in our joint companies. Also in the water desalination, the Republic of China asked us to communicate and to transfer our technologies. Aqua Power is considered the biggest producer in the world and the biggest company in the world in water desalination. We are partnering with them for water desalination, and we transferred our technologies through our partners in China, and we're going to invest in water desalination in China. Also, the green hydrogen as well. Green hydrogen, we're proud in Aqua Power that we're currently the biggest producer in the world in hydrogen, in green hydrogen in the world. In NEOM, currently we have the biggest project, 1.2 million tons, and this is considered the cost of this project, the volume of this project in its technology today is the biggest in the world. There is no bigger and even equivalent. Though that's why our partners in China asked us to transfer this experience, and we're talking about negotiation of projects in green hydrogen in China. So what I would like to say that Aqua Power is, if you want a successful, trustworthy partner in the world, China is what we recommend. They are a trustworthy partner. They are a strong, competent partner. This partner believes in a strategic long-term partnership with the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. They believe that partnering with Saudi Arabia is not, as mentioned by His Excellency Minister Khalid Al-Falih, is not a partnership between only two countries for bilateral work, but the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia will lead with China investments in the Belt and Road 2030 vision, will achieve that goal because pioneering companies will work on that, and also it will be leading to partnerships globally, and this model will be transferred to others because the Belt and Road, people think that it is just investment. No, it is not only investment. Just like 2030 vision, it is how to provide the peoples of the world a better quality of life, better development, and better economies. This is the connection between 2030 vision and the Belt and Road, because we today, the vision wants to impact peoples, increase their prosperity and development by formulating a stronger economy in other countries, not only in Saudi Arabia. Also, His Excellency Prince Abdulaziz bin Salman, the Minister of Energy, and this is something very important to mention here. It is the enablement and the empowerment of Chinese technologies and supply chains and renewable energies and hydrogen energy, or today the local content that we are building, led by His Excellency the Minister of Industries and Minerals. I think today we are the gateway, the Chinese gateway for transferring Chinese industries to Saudi Arabia, not only for manufacturing their products here, but for exporting Chinese Saudi products to Europe, America, Asia, and Africa, and for all countries of the world. Currently, we are negotiating in Aqua Power and this is part of our mandate, to localize the supply chains in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and we will, this year, we will hear about a lot of localized Chinese industries projects, not only integrating the work of China, but it will also be competing globally, starting from Saudi Arabia to reach the whole world.
شكرا سيد محمد.
Thank you, Mr. Mohammed. Indeed, we're here talking about huge projects and huge horizons for cooperation. Mr. Roni, I'd like to move to another topic which is important because we don't have much time. The topic of financing and investment. We heard a lot about the direction that we are witnessing recently regarding the PRI projects. We witnessed the maybe decreasing of the shares of financing in construction and the increasing of direct investments. Direct investments are now 48%. Last year it was 32%. Even the value of construction contracts is decreasing, and it's the lowest since the launching of the initiative. So, Mr. Roni, what is your opinion? Do you think that we're witnessing a new direction and trend in the financing of the Belt on the Road initiative, or do you think that it is only related to the pandemic?
Lara, I must say that I feel very lonely here on the stage.
Why?
And the reason is because all of you, all my previous speakers, are government related. And the Belt and Road Initiative is not just government to government. It is also B2B, which is business, private sector. And I'm sorry, Lara, I'm the only private sector person on stage here.
No, I am.
Mr. Muhammad also
I am
is.
too. I am a small private sector. You are a big private sector. But I am
And
a
he's
private
sitting
sector.
next to you.
So let me, allow me to perhaps correct or restate a few fundamental points about the BRI, and then I will answer your question about financing the effort. First of all, the Belt and Road Initiative is way too big for any country. Way too big for China, way too big for, Saudi Arabia or the Arab Gulf states. And so I take exception to the concept paper that was prepared, Khalid, that says that the BRI was to encourage the economic development of China. That's true, but it's also not true. It is true because, of course, China will benefit greatly. But at the same time, it is not true because this thing is not supposed to be just for the Chinese. This is very much for everybody who want to participate, especially along the Old Silk Road. So my view is very simple. This is nothing new. The BRI is not new. Yes, it's 10-year-old in the sense that Xi Jinping, the president of China, mentioned it 10 years ago, but it is nothing but the Old Silk Road, as our friend from Oman has stated, that a port in Oman should be called the gateway to China. That's 1,000 years ago. So I think that it's important for us to recognize that this is not something that is created by China. It is just put together by China. And also, the BRI should have an open architecture. That means anybody should be able to join. Any reasonable government or private sector should be able to participate. It is not meant to be exclusive. And so, for example, I was in Italy last week. Italy was the first EU country to join. Now they're talking about leaving. I feel bad if they leave, but if they have to leave, they can leave. But then, if they one day, a year later, want to rejoin, I assume that the BRI initiative will be happy to have them back. So it's a very open system. And then my next point is that, where are the money? To answer Lara's question. Without money, things don't churn, don't work. And it is interesting how that the whole Belt and Road Initiative, in terms of financial resources, is like a dumbbell. Two ends, very big, and then smaller in the middle. Obviously, you have China on the east side. My question is, who is on the west? And obviously, the part that has the most financial resources are the Arab states in this very region. And so I think that, somebody talked about the Vision 2030. I said the Vision 2030 is, in a sense, I hope you don't mind, Khalid, that it blends well into the whole BRI initiative. Of course, BRI is not everything to the Vision 2030, but it can be a very important part economically speaking. And by the way, my first trip to this region was 48 years ago. My first trip to the kingdom was 29 years ago. And my last trip was 6 years ago before COVID. Until last month, I visited my good friend, the Minister of Investment. And of course, we talk about the Vision 2030. And I told him that from what I can tell, mankind in human history, every 20, 30 years, there's something big happen. And the last big economic thing that happened was perhaps the opening of China 40 years ago. And what I witnessed in Saudi Arabia last month with His Excellency, the Minister of Investment, is that I am witnessing something that today in the kingdom reminded me of what happened 30, 40 years ago in China. When I first invested there, and what I see today in the kingdom is very similar. Now, my good friend there said that yes, the kingdom is an integral part of this region, no question. However, allow me as an outsider who have been visiting this region for 48 years, that you are a very substantive part of this region as well. So I think that in order financially to anchor the entire BRI, China is not big enough. You think China is big, China is big, but China is not big enough because this whole BRI effort is far bigger than any single country. And I think that it will be wonderful. It's not necessary, but it's nice to have that in the dumbbell, that you have the China on the east and you have the Arab states in the west. I think it will work very, very well. Finally, I think that people mix two concepts. The one is the terrestrial belt. The other is a maritime road or route. The two are fundamentally very different. Fundamentally very different. The terrestrial belt is basically less developed countries in Central Asia that lacks a lot of infrastructure. And shouldn't we, the wealthier countries, help the less developed countries? I think as human beings, besides benefiting ourselves, of course we do, we should also benefit others. And that's what the BRI is all about, is to help the entire old Silk Road develop. So the infrastructure development are too big for a guy like me. I'm a small guy. And so that you need G to G. You need government participation and government-led activities. But as we all know, there's also the maritime sea route, which is, as we all know, human civilization developed along waters, whether it is the Nile, whether it is the Mediterranean Sea or the Arabian Gulf, right, or the Red Sea and so forth. And so that is really usually the more wealthy part of the world. And so private sector, sorry, my lonely representative of the private sector here on this stage,
the Chinese,
with the exception of my friend, is that that's where our opportunity is. And we should collaborate to the extent possible with government on the infrastructure project for the terrestrial belt, but we can take the initiative with or without the government.
But
in the maritime
Ronnie,
activity.
do you think that the private sector is not interested in the big projects and funding these projects because they are long-term, they are very risky, they might not be economically feasible?
I will answer your question this way, Laura, and I will end there. That is, some people, Rania, somebody said to me in Egypt yesterday over lunch, he said that, oh, China is not interested in taking small shares in companies. They want strategic investments. They want to build their own plant and so forth. I said, that's true. But that's historically true. Today, it is no longer true 100%. Yes, they still like to have strategic investment in manufacturing, infrastructure, and so forth. But at the same time, Chinese private sector has amassed so much wealth. In the old days, I go into China, I know how wealthy I am. Today, I go to China, I know how poor I am. Because I'm not talking about the government, I'm talking about the private sector. And so the financial investments in many parts of the world by Chinese money, private sector money, and not just government money, is going to play a far more important role in the next 1, 5, 10, 20 years to come. So can I suggest that we don't just talk to the government? Chinese government is very important, they're very competent, but please also talk to private guys like me who, yes, we don't mind participating in the big infrastructure project, but it has to be structured in a way that smaller guys, a couple $1 billion okay with a guy like me, but when you go to tens of billions, it has to be you guys. And so I think that, if you structure it right, I think that the private participation in the infrastructure projects are also possible, but let's also not forget the maritime route where the private sector guys like me can make a few more dollars for ourselves and for mankind.
Thank you, Ronnie. I have to ask Rania now the question that you've asked her. Would the Chinese play a role? هل سوف يدخل الصينيون كمستثمرين؟
Are Chinese going to be investors in governmental companies that Egypt is about to sell? Are there any Chinese offers to purchase? The privatization programs, of course, announce who's going to show passion to invest in when time comes. But maybe Chinese investments, as I mentioned, and this is a very important point because the Suez Canal access is very attractive for them, and we have witnessed the existence of some Chinese companies. Mr. Mohammed mentioned something, which is the green transformation. If we are talking about the Belt and Road Initiative, if we're talking about attracting investments or even attracting finances, the renewable energy and the new energy are one of the most important sectors. We are with Aquapowers and many joint projects. Green hydrogen is also considered. We have memorandum of understanding and many other agreements related to that sector. All of this provides areas not only for Chinese companies, but also for supply chains and the localization of industry, and also partnerships between different companies in the Arab world and international companies. So maybe regarding the offerings, they are open for all countries, including the Chinese sector. Your Excellency, the Minister, we have few minutes remaining. Would you please conclude the session with a closing remark speaking about the horizons of cooperation regarding Saudi Arabia, especially according to what Mr. Roni has mentioned? What are the priorities for attracting not only the government of China, but also the foreign investors from the private sector to the kingdom? What are you working on? We build on the previous successes and the traditional areas. This is important. And to continue what was mentioned from their excellencies and the participants, the kingdom has launched specific industrial zones, 4 industrial zones that are willing to receive international companies from all over the world, from China specifically, and from other Arab countries as well, to partner in creative partnerships in order to use Saudi Arabia as a platform for exportation on the Red Sea and the Arabian Gulf, and also areas specific for technologies and innovations. I think that the new technologies that we didn't work on them enough with China, and I hope that Ronnie would have talked about them. There are some promising areas. China is the biggest exporter of tourists now, and maybe their tastes and their desires in terms of the tourism that they have, maybe they will be met more in Arab countries compared to other regions. They like to see cultures, history, civilizations, ancient civilizations, nature, and we have all of this in the Arab world. So attracting Chinese tourists is a promising sector. Also attracting electronic technologies like electronic video games and electronic content, fashion, clothing, and clothes industries, marketing. All of these are promising futures. They are in China, and we didn't know much about them. China is a main competitor in these sectors. So I hope that in the next period, with negotiation and cooperation and integration with China, we will be able to work on these sectors. Are you going to provide tax incentives? Of course, The industrial zones, they have their own incentives, and we have programs for incentives. There is no doubt that basic industries in areas like batteries, e-cars, batteries, EV batteries, and semiconductors, and we have other incentives for these industries. And China has a lot of history in these industries, and we are negotiating with companies in China about this. Mr. Absalam, the horizons of cooperation and the development of this relationship. What are your priorities in Oman? Thank you very much. Maybe everyone is looking at China as the factory of the world and as only for exportation, but we look at China as well as a big consumer. Maybe the biggest of our oil exportation are to China, but we need to go beyond energy to other consumption sectors. We always welcome cooperation with China. In fact, we have distinguished horizons in different sectors. And if you allow me, I will speak a little bit about a sensitive topic. There are people who are doubting the Chinese development and questioning their direction toward the Arab world. We don't have these doubts. We don't have these ambiguity. I remember the Chinese fleet 600 years ago that came to the Arab region full of translators, scholars, astronomists. They did not have even one single cannon, even if we know that China invented the gunpowder, but they use it for festivals and for parties. They didn't use it for killing. So our vision towards China is the same as ancient history. They are a real partner, and the prosperity of humans will always be the same and the core. Within this competitiveness between China and the West, the East and the West, and within this competitiveness that we witness, and by redrawing the international trade routes between China and the West. So in the Arab countries, aren't you going to be impacted? Your relations with China, are they going to be impacted? We have a common ground we are a common ground between the East and the West, and we think that we can accommodate everyone, the East and the West. We welcome everyone, but of course our direction towards China has a lot of distinguished advantages and specificities. It doesn't have any painful memories or any doubtful agendas. Our 2030 vision in the kingdom, or 2040 vision in Oman, or the Belt and Road initiatives, we all have the same objectives. That's why we have a lot in common, which is the welfare and prosperity of humans. So is it time to sign a memorandum of understanding for free trade between Gulf countries and China? I don't know, Your Excellency, the Minister, if you want to answer this question. In light of these ambitious plans, the question is for everyone who wants to answer. Your Excellency, Mr. Abdulsalam. Negotiations with the GCC Council and the Free Trade negotiations are still going, and we have gone a long way, and the leadership from both sides are showing willingness from the GCC countries and the Chinese leadership, and we hope that soon we will have an agreement. I think that it is very important that each side will look at the needs and the drivers of the other side. As I mentioned in many times today, GCC countries, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia in specific, as the biggest economy and the biggest population strength power, we need to work on other sectors other than energy sector. We need to enable and empower our industries to export. So we hope that all countries that negotiate with us for free trade negotiations, to know that we need to protect our industries, emerging industries that are still starting. We need to provide them with the economies of the market and some kind of protection, just as happened in China. When China started free trade agreements, they had specific considerations as a developing country. Now they are the second economy in the world and the biggest exporter, and I think they do realize and they do look at new emerging countries in industry and exportation with a specific look in order to enable us to join their journey. One last word, Mr. Chen, about the horizons of cooperation between the Chinese Council and the Arab countries and the nature or the future of these relations. I do think that China and the Arab countries, especially China with Saudi Arabia, we have a lot of horizons of cooperation in the future in the economy. They are very promising, in my opinion. The Belt and Road Initiative was welcomed by many Arab countries, especially Saudi Arabia, and the leaders of both countries are working on enhancing cooperation and exchange along the Belt and Road Initiative, and we are working on cooperation between the Belt and Road Initiative and the 2030 vision of the kingdom. When I came to Saudi Arabia, I found that this is a great event, and it is attended by many businessmen, and this indicates that both parties are willing and they have the strong will to enhance and strengthen their economic and trade cooperation and exchange. And we need to create viable environment and circumstances in order to have equality and fairness and facilitations in order to pave the way for more business people to meet and to investigate together to provide good circumstances. Mr. Your Excellency, Mr. Mohammed, what is your message for the attendees? My message is that the Saudi-Chinese summit and the Chinese Gulf summit and the Arab-Chinese summit that was led and organized by His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, Chairman of the Cabinet, Prince Mohammed bin Salman, with President Xi. These are the real starting point for Chinese-Arab partnership, Chinese Gulf partnership, Chinese-Saudi partnership. So that's why. In the past, it was a very important period. We are proud of it. But what's coming in the future will be even bigger and more, because the strategic alignment and the joint work will be even bigger. And I agree with you that governments, yes, they need to work together, but also, as mentioned by the colleagues, private sector need to work together. We have a strong horizon in front of us, a broad horizon. And speaking about our company, allow me to market myself a little bit. It's not tens of billions, but it's a lot of, even more than hundreds of billions. The huge of investment and cooperation is huge, but we have credibility between the two parties, Saudi Arabia and China. I think organizers will charge you for marketing yourself, Mr. Mohammed. Mr. Roni, the last word is for you, your concluding remarks.
Well, the world is changing. The only thing that doesn't change is change. And I've not seen so many changes as in the last 5 to 10 years. And I think that the rest of the world, all of us, better change according to the outward environment. And I think there are always economic opportunities and new relationships must be built. In the past, as our Oman friend mentioned, 600 years ago, China and this part of the world had a lot of connection. But by 1409, it was basically cut off. And I think that it is time that we renew these relationships and build them stronger, and let us not be so self-centered that it is only for me, my country, my region. It is really something that 1 + 1 should equal 3, and I think that the Belt and Road Initiative, by putting everybody together, should do that. Last word, it is not just money. It is also human flow, people's flow, people's connectivity. And the more we understand each other, the better off the world will be. So I'm very happy to be here.
Thank you, Ronnie. يعني بالختام يمكن
In conclusion, we can conclude that there are huge opportunities based on this Arab-Chinese cooperation in order to achieve the Arab visions, as well as the financing of the infrastructures that are deteriorating in some of the Arab countries. Thank you very much for participating in this panel discussion, sharing your ideas. Thank you very much for attending.
شكرا جزيلا لك لارا.
Thank you, Lara, and extending our thanks to all your guests. No doubt it was an interesting session and very interesting topics discussed during the past session. Of course, to find solutions and to further develop the discussion about the importance of the contribution between both the private and the public sector in the field of investment. But our agenda for today continues. After this session, we'll have a bilateral meeting with an exceptional guest to talk more about the mega projects in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, the importance of investment in the mega projects of the kingdom, and how it does reflect the sustainability of all the economies, and also the importance of the integration of the cultures and the heritage between the two parties, and of course investment, and to rediscover history and heritage for both parties. To moderate this session, I ask Mr. Chi Ching, Gerald Zhu, who will be talking to our two guests in the comment session, Mr. Gerald Inzarello, Chief Executive Officer of the Gate Authority.
We have a great crowd today.
Wonderful, very exciting.
So, I am Xijin Gerald.
اسمي سيجن جارلز وأنا مراسل من التلفزيون الصيني وقد غطينا
Economic stories. And we're talking about giga projects today. Giga projects are reinventing how city living, urban planning, etc. And in China, over the past 4 decades, great changes have happened in the country where I was born, with, again, better city planning. And of course, a lot of those city plannings are people-oriented, centered on people. I'm very glad it's my great honor to have Mr. Jerry Inzarelli.
Thank you.
The group CEO for the Dairy company to join with us to have a really dynamic conversation about why giga projects matters. So first, let's start off with the similarities between China and Saudi Arabia. A lot of cities, for example, Shenzhen is a young, vibrant, and new city filled with modernity. But of course, a lot of Chinese cities like Beijing, Shanghai, there are a lot of cultural heritage to it. Why is it important to bridge cultural heritage with modernity in today's world?
Well, it's a great honor to be with you, and especially today on the 10th Arab-China Summit. China is a great inspiration. My first visit to China was 1981, so my relationship with the mainland is 40 years. Yeah. And China is a role model to me and to us in the kingdom because you have demonstrated successfully that modernity and preservation of culture and heritage are not in conflict, but are complementary to each other. Yeah. So you're a great role model to us. Now, with these giga projects that you hear, this is a very young nation as well. 70% of our population is under 35. Yes. So what we're doing now is we're taking, especially Didea, which I have the great honor of being the CEO of, we have 300 years of culture and heritage. It's the birthplace of the kingdom. It's the ancestral home of Al Saud. So we want to preserve that, but we want the world to come and see. And we just opened the kingdom to tourism in September of 2019. Yes. So the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is a very large country. So in order to have tourism and to attract 100 million visits, we have to have these strategic projects in our different provinces. But Didea is very special. We say there's only one Didea because it's the birthplace of the kingdom in the mother city, the G20 city of Riyadh.
Speaking of Diriyah gate development or Diriyah in general, it's not just a touristy development, isn't it? I mean, the roots in culture will bring new vitality to Riyadh, and of course, a part of the vision of 2030 for the kingdom to really progress, to reach modernity. I visited Jazan, southwest of Saudi Arabia, the past week, and it wowed me how much effort the locals wants to go through all the challenges to really make things happen. But why go through all these challenges for such large investment or such large scale developing?
Yeah, you see, everything, first of all, we have to give great praise to the custodian of the two holy mosques, King Salman, our king. Because if it wasn't for him, a lot of people outside the kingdom don't realize that he's probably one of the most accomplished historians in the world, and certainly the leading historian in the kingdom. So his devotion to the birthplace, Diriyah, allowed us to become a UNESCO World Heritage Site in 2010. Now, with our dynamic visionary Crown Prince, with him, tourism is a factor, but it's not the lead factor. The lead factor is, what is quality of life for my communities? So Diriyah as a community is a very large community, but we have the UNESCO World Heritage Site. So now, because it's the birthplace of the kingdom, and it's the home of Al Saud and the UNESCO World Heritage Site, we are building concentric master plans around it to have 100,000 people live, study, work, pray, recreate, visit. Now, the beautiful thing about that is because we're doing it in the ancient typology, we're making 180 million mud bricks by hand, the way it was done 300 years ago. So when people come to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia now, 100 million visits by 2030, where did the kingdom start? Where is the house of Al Saud? So now you'll come, you'll see 38 new hotels, you'll see 9 fabulous new museums, hundreds of restaurants, 500 shops, 500 tech companies, 100 media companies, 50 entertainment companies, all in the birthplace of the kingdom. And that's just Riyadh. Now, we have Mecca, the holy city of Mecca, the holy city of Medina. We have 52% of the beautiful Red Sea. We have lush palm groves and gardens and 6 UNESCO World Heritage Sites. So there's so much to do in Saudi Arabia. But the principal driver of the kingdom and the Crown Prince is quality of life for all Saudis first, and then for those who come and visit us.
But to achieve, for example, you mentioned quality of life, all these giga projects, we need skilled workers, professionals, or talents. How to attract them here, or how to train them, or through some of the projects?
Yes, this is very important, because if you look at the brilliant success of a lot of the Chinese cities, and even if you look at Singapore, what Singapore was able to accomplish in 60 years, what the Emiratis in many ways accomplished from a tourism point of view in 30 years. We hope to accomplish that in 15 years. Now, we're very fortunate because our young population is highly educated, very positive, very optimistic about the future. All the Saudis that were educated abroad for the last 20, 30 years, they're all coming home because they believe very much in their future. They believe very much in the Crown Prince's vision. They believe very much in 2030. So we have the managerial talent. Now, to your point, we have to train over 1 million people in the tourism and hospitality segment. But the Crown Prince is very, very big. After quality of life, are my people happy? Are my people healthy? Do they feel good, self-esteem? We have that. But you have to educate everybody now, and you have to educate the workforces. Now, in Diriyah, a $60 billion, 14 million square meter development, we're using all Saudi contractors, all Saudi designers, developers. But there's so much work to be done in the kingdom now. I'm dealing with myself. We have relationships with over 43 Chinese companies. So because of the super relationship between China and the kingdom, which was exemplified by His Highness Prince Faisal and certainly by our wonderful Minister of Investments, Khalid Al-Falih, the relationship has never been closer. So the Chinese have been very helpful to all the Giga projects, but training is one of our biggest objectives in the next few years.
But again, what I can see is like more Chinese travelers are visiting this part of the world, especially Saudi Arabia, and along with a lot of other countries in the Arab world. I posted a photo out of my hotel window, and there were people on Facebook, and there were people commenting that they've seen more and more travelers visiting Saudi Arabia. But for now, do you think more tourists or more like investors at the moment from China?
Well, you know, China, I've been going to China, as you know, for 40 years. I've probably been to China 50 times. But China is one of those rare countries, no matter how much time you spend, you will only know the tip of the iceberg. Yes. So there's two ways. First of all, Chinese investment is global now. The leadership of China has been very inspired, very global, and has a very big presence in Arabia and certainly in Saudi Arabia. We're grateful for that. And what we're going to accomplish in the next 10 to 20 years is going to be amazing. So there's a lot of opportunity to work together, as our leadership has said this morning. However, when you look at Chinese tourism, the Chinese are very unique tourists because they're raised in one of the richest, not money, in one of the richest cultural countries in the world. You look at Chinese cuisine, Chinese music, Chinese dance, Chinese literature, Chinese calligraphy. It's a spectacularly rich country. So Chinese tourists want to see what's unique, want to see what's different. And that's why I think the kingdom will be very appealing to the Chinese market as they travel.
Again, earlier we showed the Diriyah Gate development, a little bit clip of it. It's definitely beautiful. It looks mysterious. Actually, this part of the world has always been mysterious to Chinese travelers, Chinese people. And again, speaking of other giga projects happening right now in Saudi Arabia, for example, NEOM is a, this morning I checked on YouTube, the line construction, the concept video generated over 10 million views on YouTube alone, and it was viral in China as well. I was wowed by the line construction. I know it's now, the construction has started as well. So how can social media somehow also play a role in this to kind of promote Saudi culture to China, vice versa, let more people here in Saudi Arabia know about China?
Yes, this is a very important point, and I'll talk about NEOM in a moment, because I think it's one of the most brilliant projects ever conceived. And this will be particularly fascinating for the Chinese, especially the Chinese youth, because the Chinese youth love going bold. Yes. You know, if you look at the growth of Chinese cities in the last 20 years, my travels to Shanghai 30 years ago, you go to Shanghai now, it's unrecognizable. Yeah. Now, you kept the culture. You kept all that was great about Shanghai, but yet it's one of the great metropolises of the world. This will soon be true of Riyadh. Now, when you talk about social media, this is powerful because sometimes countries, when they're not open to tourism, look at Chinese tourism in the last 40 years, but we only opened up the kingdom to tourism in September of 2019. Now, we used electronic visas, yes. And from September 2019 to March of 2020, till we had to shut the kingdom to protect its society for COVID, we were doing 55,000 visas a week. Wow. So there's great interest in Arabia. But here's why social media is great. Prior to opening up the kingdom, if you said to most people, does it snow in Saudi Arabia? No, Saudi Arabia is just deserts. Yeah. Well, it snows in Saudi Arabia. Well, do you know that you've got lush green valleys, little baby Switzerlands in Saudi Arabia? No. Do you know that Saudi Arabia has 52% of the Red Sea? No. Do you know that Saudi Arabia has the single most palm grove in the world? No. But with social media, now everybody comes and they take the Instagram, the TikTok, the pictures, having fun. Yes. So one of the most fun things, and in addition to having the honor to being CEO of Diriyah, yes, is that I also have the honor to serve on the Saudi Tourism Authority board. Yeah. And what we find out is that when people leave, the two things we hear from everybody, everybody, we had no idea the warmth, the generosity, and the great welcome from all the Saudi people. We had no idea. We had the best time, and we had so much to do in the kingdom, we had no idea. We thought when we came here, it was deserts and camels, but it's so much more to that. That's the power of tourism, and that's the power of social media.
And again, versus like right now in today's world, even for Saudi Arabia, it's expanding globally. So regionalization versus globalization is not just a touristy hub for like attract more Chinese travelers, but perhaps in the future a regional or global tourism market. So what's the future ahead, the potential for Saudi Arabia's growth in giga projects as well as in tourism that can somewhat stimulate the region's development?
Yeah, when you say regional and then global,
yes,
might I add another element? Local.
Yeah.
Because Saudi Arabia was one of the only countries. Now, granted, we're not starting, you know, our GDP from tourism is 3%, heading towards 4%, but we'll go to 10% of GDP by 2030. But something very unique happened during the 2 years of COVID. We were one of the only countries in the world where our tourism spend went up in COVID, not down. And something beautiful happened during COVID, and that is all Saudis, a society of 32 million people, went and saw the country that they never traveled around. Because now the infrastructure is in. We learned from our brothers and sisters in China. Now our commitment to airports and tour operators and different regional micro businesses within the kingdom. So now local tourism, Saudis within Saudi Arabia, is a very important market. You know, we're finding it today. All the Saudis are so proud now because they say, wow, Tadea is my birthplace. It's the source of my identity, my national pride. The Chinese are brilliant at that. So now we have a lot of Saudi tourism within Saudi Arabia. Then another thing. Saudi Arabians are some of the most prolific travelers. They're like the Chinese. Let's go and see. Saudi Arabians, like Chinese, are very curious, right? But now all of the Gulf states, United Arab Emirates, Oman, Kuwait, Bahrain, Qatar, all of them are coming to Saudi Arabia now. They couldn't previously. So we're seeing a lot of Gulf travel. Then we're seeing a lot of Arabic travel. So people would go to great places like Egypt and great places like Jordan. So now what we're seeing by activating Saudi Arabia, it's increasing the average length of stay in Arabia, which is good. And then the whole world will come. Diriyah, since December, since we opened, we're a giga project. We're Vision 2030. But the Crown Prince successfully delivered $2 billion of assets, functional assets, in 2022. We're a 2030 project. We've already welcomed 1 million guests through the UNESCO World Heritage Site of Tadef, our new Bajeti Terrace. Last night we had 3,000 people there. So we just finished 9 kilometers of parks. We planted 6 million trees on sustainability and with environmental protection. We just won for the 3rd year in a row platinum, pre-certified platinum status on leads. So local tourism, a renaissance. Regional tourism, a renaissance. Attraction to Arabia as a whole, and now global tourism coming in. So as you can tell, we're very excited.
As you have mentioned about the progress for the Vision 2030 to really come to reality actually is on track and is even faster than many things planned. And I found it quite interesting, and I've been wowed by the progress for it. I've been talking to some of local Saudi friends in more remote areas where they see for villages or for smaller towns, they build houses from sea reclamation or whatnot. But again, for infrastructure, it's still Vision 2030, or for a lot of giga projects here in Saudi Arabia, it still looks very ambitious to the world. So how important is to bring international investors here to join this, to make sure the vision can be realized?
Well, you know, I will say something quite affectionately, and that is that our beloved Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, our Prime Minister, he works an 80-hour week. Now, the Chinese are legendary for work ethic. If you saw his work ethic, so that means we all work 81, 91-hour weeks, because if the boss works 80 hours, you work 90 hours. Yeah. He's very processed, very disciplined. He's a great visionary, but he knows how to execute the vision. But we have optimism, we have positivity. Everybody wants to see this happen. So now, all these giga projects are being realized. Now, there are some people that come and say, can you achieve this vision? Well, come visit Diriyah, come visit the Red Sea, come visit historical Jeddah. All these things are happening now. You can see them right now. So that forebodes well for the future. Now, when the Chinese did the amazing job on the Olympics, one of the best jobs ever, there were some critics that said, well, you know, the Chinese are pretty good, but I don't know if they can pull off that Olympics. And you pulled off one of the best Olympics in the history of the Olympics. Work ethic, vision, commitment. Well, in this part, in Saudi Arabia now, we have all of that, and China has been a great inspiration to us.
Commitment, hardworking are very good, important characters or qualities to make grand visions to come to reality. And even in Shanghai, it's an incredibly international city, but still change is happening every day. I think the same will go to Saudi Arabia, while there will be grand visions to be achieved and small changes to make sure that, as I mentioned, it will always be about the people to improve local people's quality of life. Yeah. It's a great session and great talking with you, and I learned a lot from you and hopefully from our guests as well.
Great. Well, we thank you. This is a very, very important conference. The relationship is critical. We're grateful to all the investors. Diriyah itself is working with over 31 Chinese companies now. We say thank you. The future is very bright. We look forward to welcoming everyone to the kingdom. We look forward to welcoming everyone to Diriyah. It's the birthplace of the kingdom. And as we say, there's only one Diriyah.
And I have a lot of more places to visit, actually. This is not my first time in Riyadh, but I haven't got the chance to visit the Riyadh Gate development. So I hope that I can visit it very soon. But then, sorry to drag on, but for infrastructure, I know subway system is in trial in Riyadh. But speaking of travel or transportation within city or even giga projects, how important is it? Or the development of, for example, your development and how it needs to be aligned with infrastructure?
Yeah, this is very important. The metro system is not even in trial now. It's pretty much done. We're building 5 metro stations just in Diriyah. Now, the metro stations in Riyadh, and Riyadh as it goes from nearly 8 million people to 15 million people, 20 million people, will be a modern metropolis. In the middle is the mud city jewel of Diriyah. So our typography is different because we're gonna build it authentically. So even in the modernity of metro stations, they have to be underground. So we had to put them 45 meters underground. Now, on quality of life issues, water, fiber optics, electric, sewerage, drainage, transportation systems, we core drilled. The Crown Prince gave us 36 months to core drill 8 million cubic meters of rock to put the infrastructural system below so everybody could come up and today could be a walkable city. Again, quality of life. Can I walk out of my apartment and go to school? Can I walk out of my school and go to work? Can I go pray? Can I go recreate, right? All of that is walkable. Diriyah is a walkable city. As I mentioned, we will finish 9 kilometers of parks by this December. We will plant 50 million trees, bushes, and shrubs by 2030. We've already done 6. So what's very important is now we're working on all the interconnectivity with all sophisticated rail, and all networks, electrical vehicles.
Yes.
Next year, we'll start 150,000 with Lucent Motors, 150,000 electric cars a year to be produced in Saudi Arabia.
Think about that.
Right.
Electric cars here in Saudi Arabia.
Right. So infrastructure is important. The Crown Prince recently created the Royal Commission for Riyadh City. One of their principal mandates is how do you take the giga projects in this new metropolis of Riyadh, looking at 2030, and what is the connectivity where there's very good quality of life and where people don't have to travel long distances to enjoy all the amenities that would enhance good quality of life.
It will definitely serve the local people better, well, and then it will attract more people to visit Saudi Arabia, Riyadh or Diriyah, and that can, retain more skilled workers. It's just not just about investment, but people want to come here and to have a better life.
I've had the honor of serving the kingdom for 5 years.
Yes.
The Crown Prince is our chairman. I have never attended one meeting with him, not one, where the benefit of his people, the benefit of quality of life is not what leads every single conversation.
Wow.
Our people have got to be happy. Yes. They've got to be healthy. They've got to be educated. They've got to be recreated.
Yeah.
Because in the years to come, I want a very thriving society. I want people to be happy.
Absolutely.
Right? But then when people come from all over the world, the custodian of the two holy mosques, King Salman, and our Crown Prince, they did something very wonderful. They do a lot of wonderful things. But 2 years ago, they created a new federal holiday called Founding Day. Now, every September 23rd, this one, we'll celebrate 93 years of the unification with King Abdulaziz of Saudi Arabia. But they created a day to celebrate the 300-year history of Diriyah. In other words, we celebrate that 93, but we're more than the 93. We're 300. And then when we look at our brothers and sisters from China, measured in the thousands of years, that's why you're such an inspiration to us.
Great, and time runs up and time flies by fast. Great discussion, and again, to root in culture, to bridge modernity with the cultural heritage, and the Giga projects are very important. And of course, so for the Giga projects, I think it's not just about money, it's about investment, and hopefully the guests here and in the room, in the hall, can one day visit more often in China, and I hope that I think a lot of my friends are visiting Saudi Arabia for the time, from Chinese companies or international investments, and hopefully they're going to enjoy the days here, even though it's super hot out, but it's just as hot as lovely, people's characters here in Saudi Arabia.
Well, there's a lot of investment opportunity at Diriyah. We welcome everybody to participate. Certainly now, all guests, especially from China, the Saudi Tourism Authority, our wonderful Ministry of Tourism, are working hard. There's a lot going on between China and the kingdom. I just want to say a very special thank you to everybody for coming to the kingdom. Everyone is most welcome, and we're grateful for the relationship.
Great, thank you so much. And we're going to continue with more sessions, and I'll be back in this afternoon.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. As usual, Mr. Jerry, very well said. Now, I don't know what it is about Jerry, but every time I hear him speaking about the Diriyah project, it's like he's speaking about a project of his own. And that is such a beautiful sense to have. And I do encourage you, ladies and gentlemen, to definitely go ahead and visit Diriyah, because it is a big opportunity for an investment, such as many different aspects and sectors and projects around Saudi Arabia, not just in Riyadh. So, ladies and gentlemen, for our next session, we will have a conversation about sustainability. سنتحدث حضورنا الكريم بعد قليل في الجلسة التالية.
Distinguished guests, in the next session, we'll talk about sustainability. We will be talking about sustainability specifically in clean energy, the renewable energy, and the investment opportunities that will be created in this field, in addition to discussion about the challenges that we might face in these sectors. And we'll also will discuss practical and sustainable solutions.
Gina Huang, Chairman of S&P Global China, CEO at S&P Global China Ratings. Please welcome her, and she will be welcoming her guests as well.
So, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to our session. So, it's my pleasure to moderate this session, which is about clean energy and renewables. Well, as we know that many Arab states and China all have committed to make significant reduction on carbon emission over the years until 2050 or 2060. And by S&P Global forecast, by the year of 2050, there is approximately going to be 1,000 gigawatts of renewable capacities added into Africa and Middle East region. And China, they have the latest five-year plan will also accelerate the deployment of renewable energies into the region. So with all these, great ambitious targets for the greener global future. So what does it really mean for us in terms of investment and strategies? So that's what this session is about to talk about. So let me first introduce our esteemed panelists. So to the left of me, I have Mr. Fahad Alajan, President of CARPSAC, Saudi Arabia. Next to him, we have Mr. Sabah Al-Mulak, founder and vice chairman of Al-Fana, Saudi Arabia. Next to him, we have Mr. Marco Artali, CEO of Aqua Power, Saudi Arabia. And next to him, we have Mr. Yasser Mufti, Senior Vice President, Saudi Aramco, Saudi Arabia. And the last two guests are from China, obviously. And to the left, we have Mr. Wang Fenglu, Senior Managing Director and Managing Partner, CITIC Capital, Hong Kong, SAR, China. And last but not least, we have Mr. Zhu Yufeng, Vice Chairman of GCL Group, China. So welcome all the panelists to the stage. And we know that clean energy is a revolution for the world. And it is especially so for the Arab states because for the past many years, Arab states has been long dependent on oil and gas for the economic stability. So the transition into clean energy from fossil fuel can be a task monumental to Arab states. So my first question is addressed to Fahad. So in your view, what specific strategies can Arab states implement to achieve the energy transition in the meanwhile, keeping the energy security?
Thank you, Gina, and thanks to the organizer for having me as part of this esteemed panel. I would like first to start and maybe talk about the need to balance both the sustainability that we need for the energy transition and achieving the goals of the Paris Climate Agreement with the need for energy security and also energy affordability. I think 2022 was a difficult year for a lot of countries because it brought back the issues of energy security and energy affordability to the forefront. I think in Glasgow in COP26, the focus of the discussion around energy transition was dominated by the focus on sustainability and emission reductions. However, 2022 and now we're seeing, I think, a lot more pragmatism. While we want to still keep the goals of the Paris Agreement alive, we want to keep the 1.5 dream alive, it's important that we don't have an oversight and issue and impede our own transition. We need the transition to be as smooth as possible and as orderly as possible. And so that's why we see the need for huge investment. In our estimation, the need for investment in the next 30 years until 2050 is between $3 to $8 trillion per year. And that's equivalent to around 3 to 8% of the global GDP. Today, clean energy investment is about $1 trillion. So this leaves us short of the goals that we need to have. So we need to invest more in clean energy, whether it's renewable, batteries, CCUS and other, but we still need to continue to invest in oil and gas. And we've seen a lot of shortcoming in the investment in upstream oil and gas that has reduced by almost 50%. We still need oil and gas. We need to ensure that we have energy security and energy affordability. And so it's a smooth transition that we need. And I think Saudi Arabia, especially using His Royal Highness the Crown Prince initiative for the Saudi Green Initiative and the Middle East Green Initiative, lays out the way and the path to making sure that we achieve this orderly transition. The focus is on achieving renewable. Saudi has set the target of 50% of installed capacity of renewable by 2030. Focus is on CCUS, hydrogen as the new form of energy, but we still continue, and we see the announcement from Saudi Aramco and my colleague here, Yasser Mufti, around increasing the production capacity from 12 to 13 million. So this is balancing the energy transition. While we need to decarbonize, but we need to do it in an orderly and smooth way.
Thank you, Fahad. I agree. It is so important to make sure we can have affordable, sustainable energy. Yeah. In the meanwhile, we're trying to achieve a cleaner energy pathway forward. My next question is actually addressed to Mr. Mufti from Aramco, Saudi Aramco. So, as the world's largest energy producer, how does Saudi Aramco position yourself in the historical energy transformation? And what initiatives has Saudi Aramco taken for the clean energy and renewables?
Thank you, Gina. And allow me to echo the comments of my colleagues and previous speakers in congratulating the Saudi Arabian Ministry of Investments for this excellent forum and for the kind invitation to be here and to share our thoughts on this important topic. I would like to maybe just frame how we approach this important topic with a statement that how we look at the energy transition is a transition to lower emissions, not a transition necessarily away from oil and gas, as that definition has been adopted, unfortunately, by some in the industry. And to that effect, there are a couple of dimensions. First and foremost is more of a pragmatic view on the world's energy needs. I think we're okay. It's more of a pragmatic view on the world's energy needs. As Fahad said, the world will continue to need oil and gas. Saudi Arabia today supplies 1 out of every 8 barrels of crude oil, and we supply those barrels at the lowest possible carbon footprint, lowest scope 1 and scope 2 associated with those barrels. So our logic is we need to sustain that and challenge ourselves to bring down the carbon emissions even further so that the world can count on that, if you will, a low carbon footprint supply of crude oil. And when we extended that to the rest of our business, when we adopted a net zero ambition by 2050, which was announced in 2022 in November as part of the Middle East Green Initiative, our view is that we can extend that philosophy not just in the upstream, but also in the downstream across our entire operations. And to do that, we've got a mixed bag of options, including carbon capture and sequestration, including renewables deployment, 12 gigawatts by 2030, as well as nature-based solutions and efficiency that we can get across the entire company. There's a lot that we can talk about what we're planning to do. But I'd like to just finish my comments by linking it to our business in China. I think that the opportunities that we found in partnering with Chinese entities to bring solutions to the kingdom, as I think Mohammed Ibn Ayyan mentioned earlier, is very real. The partners that we have are tackling the same problem in China and even in third-party countries. And I think it gives us a wonderful opportunity to bring this know-how, jointly tackle these opportunities to bring down our emissions and hopefully reach our sustainability targets.
Yeah, Mr. Mufti, we heard that Saudi Aramco recently added a few more projects investment into China. So I would like to ask you whether you would be able to elaborate on those projects and if you have any further investment planning in China.
Thank you. Thank you. We have been working on a good number of investments in China. I was privileged and honored to lead 2 of those investments that received final investment decision and approval by all parties just in the last few months. That was our 10% investment in Rongsheng Petrochemical, one of the most advanced petrochemical players, not just in China, but globally. We acquired 10% of the company, and the deal is pending regulatory review ahead of closing. We've also announced with our partners HAPCO, the HAPCO joint venture, the North Hawajan refinery, which is being built as we speak, along with the majority partner, Norinco. It's exciting to see these deals because they came in just as China was opening up from the pandemic, and we were excited, even though it predated the opening by a few years. It was really great to see that as a sign of confidence that we have and the rest of the world in the strength and the resilience of the Chinese economy. So we're excited that we go from 2 investments that we've had for the longest time in China to now 4 investments in addition to the investments in Saudi Arabia. And hopefully, as we participate in future investment forums, we'll report on more and more mega deals that we've done in China.
Thank you, Mr. Mufti. I really look forward to more investment into China.
Thank you.
From you. All right. We know that Saudi Aramco represents the traditional, oil and gas type of, giant. And my next question is actually to Mr. Mutlaq. As the provider of electricity solutions, so what is Al Fana's role in Saudi Arabia's energy transition? And in comparison with Saudi Aramco, what are the commonalities or the differences that you guys position yourself, through this energy transition project?
Thank you very much. Well, first of all, we are not utility as such. Al Fanar is a partner in the energy, sustainable energy development and in manufacturing all the electrical grid equipment. But talking about sustainability, which is very important now, so I think going back to the 2016, 2015, I think what we have done up to now, maybe at those years' measures could be considered very impressive. I mean, I think China by itself is 2020 they built 900 gigawatt, which is very impressive. But however, on the other side, what is about the requirement of the sustainability for the world? It is not enough. It's very clear that we discover day by day that it's not enough. We need aggressive plans in order to expedite this energy transition. And many things need to be done on this side. And, as in this venue, which is a very important venue where we see a lot of, decision makers from government and from private sector, maybe it might be beneficial to list or to tell one or two of these things which is needed, maybe to look at maybe in the near future, which is the first one is the regulatory framework, which should bring more investors' appetite, and also adding to that, also the appetite for the financial institution. We need more focus on research and development in this field. What Al Fanar is doing, we are very much involved in obviously in the renewable energy scene, and also we are in the development of what they call biofuel refineries. We are doing which will basically produce green green fuel, whether it could be, we are doing a project in currently doing all the research and development and the technology for a project in northeast England, which produce sustainable aviation fuel. This is one of the things which we are doing. On the other side, there is the grid, which is one of the most important energy carriers. This is something which needs a special attention in the future. All countries have, aggressive plans to expand the grid. So we are working on many initiatives related to that, like the DC transmission, the grid digitalization, and also the grid digitalization and the localized smart grids, which is very big addition to the sustainable energy as a sustainable energy enabler. And we think, in my opinion, that the excellent industrial infrastructure of China and the technology, the advanced technology which is being developed in China could be combined with the ample resources available in the Arab countries for wind, also for solar, in order to create some experience which will help the world at the end in achieving the sustainability required.
Wow, this is amazing. Yeah, especially, I think there can be a lot of collaborations between your company and China in terms of producing electricity through solar and wind and all kind of clean energy resources. Yeah, wonderful. So we know that Saudi Arabia has established this plan, which is the Vision 2030, and which was unveiled in 2016 as a pathway to the future with a diversified, innovative, sustainable, and environmental friendly vision. And aqua power is placed at the center of this Vision 2030. So my next question is to Mr. Achali. So how do you view Kingdom's current pace in energy transition? Especially this vision was unveiled for 7 years, and what has the Kingdom achieved so far, especially from the climate perspective?
Yeah, thank you for having me. And I think I'm really, really proud to represent Aqua Power. That is one of the big Saudi success stories in the world. But to be honest, I just joined a few months ago, coming from Europe, and what attracted me was exactly Vision 2030. So when I read Vision 2030 and I came to the Kingdom and I saw it happening, this big social, cultural, economic change, it's really incredible. And I think one of the most positive and underestimated success stories in the world, one of the most inspiring. And as you said correctly, the energy transition that is part of the vision is right a big component of that. And Aqua Power is one of the big components of that. Let me start with what's going on here in the country. And I think it applies also if we want to make a parallel to China. I come from Europe originally, and if you look at the world seen from Europe or maybe the United States 20 years ago, you would judge and say, oh, China's polluting, the Gulf is polluting. And today I think that the situation has evolved and completely changed, where if you look at it, in China we have the largest installed base. In Saudi Arabia we're doing this path basically to achieve net zero by 2060 and already achieve 50-50 generation between gas and renewables by 2030. Whereas if you look at what happened last year in Europe, because of all the turmoil that we had to turn back coal, And that brings me to one of the important things. So we talk about the energy trilemma. There is sustainability, affordability, security, but we forget about speed. And if you go too fast, you risk ruining because you're not ready yet. So you haven't achieved a sustainable system yet. If you go too slow, of course it's too slow. I think that the vision that the Saudi government, under the leadership of His Royal Highness, is really the great mix that we need. So you have a goal that is achievable in the next few decades, and you have measurable targets already by 2030 that one can certainly measure. We are happy and we are honored to be part of that. We were selected to be the company basically to develop at least 70% of the renewable energy in the country. We're already making a lot of progress. We have today, between assets that are already in operation, in construction, and ready to be built, roughly 14 gigawatt of capacity, which is a significant amount of the total capacity that will need to be rolled out by 2030. I think that what we need to do collectively, however, is not only to deliver the power plants, but to make the story better known in the world. Because I think that outside of the Gulf, outside of Saudi Arabia, is not well known yet.
Yeah, I agree. I think today is the perfect forum to, make the voice louder. And it's amazing that you have achieved so far. But looking forward, what would be your business priorities to meet the 2030 goal? And are there any challenges?
Yeah, so I see a lot of opportunities that are challenges at the same time, or vice versa. So I think the first point is when you roll out a lot of renewables, you need to make sure that these renewables can be incorporated into the system. And so what we're doing is really working with the grid operators so that the grid expansion goes basically hand in hand with the renewable expansion. But that is kind of like an operational issue. Unfortunately, the dialogue in Saudi Arabia is very good. The second is, and it's also potentially to ease this strain, let me say, on renewables into the system, is to look at ways basically to incorporate renewables in everything else that we do. So the first one, we participate with NEOM and with their products in the NEOM Green Hydrogen Company. That is the first large-scale export project for green ammonia in the world. And I think that, again, coming from Europe, where you're used to see small projects predicated on subsidies, and you come here with the amount of solar irradiation, with the speed of decision-making, with the land availability, you really turn your perspective and you say, well, hydrogen, and green ammonia can really be part of the future and help decarbonize without putting stress on the grids. You turn it into a molecule to do that. The second is green water. So we're the biggest desalinator, private desalinator in the world. We're the biggest owner of reverse osmosis. What we have started to do is to incorporate renewable energy into the plants that we develop. And the third one is to try to use all these that we're doing to also increase the ability to support the economy in the kingdom. So we're doing it in two ways. One way is basically to talk to all the potential partners that we see for green hydrogen, to tell them, why don't you come and invest into Saudi Arabia instead, and instead of exporting ammonia, you export the final product. And the second one, which is even more short-term, is to look at local content. We're privileged to have been able to secure a great, deep and strong partnership, particularly with Chinese manufacturers and Chinese suppliers. We have awarded over 30 billion of contracts to Chinese partners. Chinese partners invested over 10 billion in different projects that we have. What we're doing together is to work so that they can come and install their producing capacity, not just for Saudi Arabia, but for all the area, basically, in Saudi Arabia. And we think that because of our strong relationship and the offtake that we can negotiate together, that we can discuss together, because of the ability and the role that we have in rolling out the renewable program in Saudi Arabia, we can be in a unique position basically to exploit all that.
Well, this is great. We really look forward to seeing all these, turning into reality from a vision. So among all kinds of clean energy, we know that solar PV is by far the largest renewable energy source. And China's solar PV equipment and technology is quite advanced. So, one of our China's solar clean energy giants, GCL Group, is also here today at our session. So my next question is addressed to Mr. Zhu Yufeng, So in your view, how can China leverage its technological and manufacturing strength in Arab states to promote clean energy, transformation?
谢谢，非常高兴代表 GCL 集团来参加这个大会，这也是我第2次来到沙特，上一次是4年前，所以这4年的变化对我来说感受还是非常大的。那么就您刚刚问的这个问题，中国在这10几年的新能源发展当中，光伏技术已经在全世界起到了绝对领先的一个地位。全世界去年有300多吉瓦的这样的一个销售量，90%以上的采购全部是由中国供给的。不光在太阳能技术上，自双碳政策出来以后，中国在风光储氢这几项技术，在这3年间也有非常巨大的突破。所以全世界要达到一个碳中和的目标，它是一个完整的能源结构，不光只有光，也有风，也有储，也有氢，甚至还有天然气的这样的一个能源结构的平衡，才能使全世界。
So we have to make a balanced structure to reach this goal. Additionally, for Saudi Arabia, we have to think that it's a P2P model, and then China provide the construction, and then to build factories, solar factories in Middle East. But based on the current climate situation, I think the Chinese company has to rethink about solar energy in Middle East, the meaning of it. That means that all countries want to contribute to our global goal, and then also the transition for new energies. This is our target. And then also for the position of Middle East, it's along the Belt Initiative. We can see that we can light Middle East as a production or a manufacturing part, not a sales market. So we can sell the product to the regions outside the Middle East and other countries. So for me, before, in China, the power productivity is not only concentrated in China, and the overseas solar productivity was not fully implemented. And this year, I think in Middle East and in Saudi Arabia, we have really a great opportunity to. So I suggest that our Chinese companies to come to Saudi Arabia and do more investment here.
There's a lot of opportunities here in the Middle East for clean energy. So in terms of your business plan, do you have any specific planning to make more investment in Middle East?
是的，我们从去年开始就已经有跟沙特的。
Yes, we already started to talk about that last year to invest in Saudi Arabia, and this year we make a visiting tour in Saudi Arabia. We want to bring the newest technology to Saudi Arabia because for the earliest new energy company, and then we are the mover and for this movement for new energy. And from the technology, we have our advantages in our new technologies. We can have really top performance for that. So we really want to bring the newest technology to Middle East and Saudi Arabia to contribute and develop this solar industry chain together. And also we have another new technology, and we have a added effect for that. If we bring that to Middle East, and then we will achieve more contribution and to cooperate with the partners in Middle East and Saudi Arabia.
Natural resources like solar, and China has all the technologies. The combination of the two will be a super win-win, situation. This is really great. So one of the most exciting aspects of this energy revolution is the investment opportunities it brings to the investors. So the transition into renewable demands a massive amount of capital investment. So my next question is addressed to Mr. Wang Fanglu. As one of China's leading investors in ESG field, what will be your view, in terms of your investment focus in the clean energy sector over the next few years? And in your view, what is the biggest opportunity in this sector?
Thank you, Gina. Thank you, my fellow panelists. So being the last one to speak has the advantage of learning from you. So I'm very encouraged by all your comments. As an investment management firm, I think City Capital started in Hong Kong in 2002 as one of the, most experienced investment managers from that part of the world. Especially, City Capital has always been a forward thinker, leader in terms of identifying the new trends, both regionally and globally. So our investment strategy into the sustainability related topics actually started much earlier than our peers. We formed our first fund back in 2010. That was 13 years ago. So we have accumulated a lot of opportunities, but most importantly, very important partnerships regionally and globally. So our investment strategy has been very unique in the sense that we try to achieve the best results by investing globally, but succeeding regionally. That means that we find the best technologies in the sectors, but then after we invest in them, we help them to transfer their success into our target region, that is Asia Pacific. So more specifically, we are in the sectors of energy efficiency and the transition, circular economy solutions, that is waste to energy and the related sectors. Then the third one is food and water technology, that is very important as well. And the fourth is the Internet of Things for infrastructure and utility and transportation. That is the overlay over the previous three sectors. So from our experience over the past 3 years, I think we have learned a lot by our working together with the partners and the various service providers. So a very important factor is to work together with like-minded players, both from the corporate world and also from the investment world. So as an investor, we have benefited a lot from our co-investments and the collaborations in our investments with major global corporates, and also more specifically actually with this corporate venture firms. So I was actually, before the panel, was very encouraged by my conversation with Ms. Mufti about what you have done in your field. So I hope that Aramco and its venture firms will be our next collaborator. We have worked very closely in terms of mobilizing financial resources. First of all, from the MDBs, the multinational development banks, such as the IFC, the EBRD, Asia Development Bank, and most recently, Asia Infrastructure Investment Bank. They are actually the cornerstone investor of our new fund, fund number 3 already. Then also other financial investors as well. So for us, we are very proud of our role to play between the global markets and the region, and also from our role to connect the financial investors with the strategic investors. So for us, I think to make successful investment cases, at least we need to identify the following success factors. The first one is actually the quality of the IP. We want to invest in the best technologies that are disruptive, but commercially viable. So we always assess the value of the technologies and the products that are proven in their home markets by the commercial merits. So any government support will come in our mind, as upside. So the technologies have to stand on their own feet. So this is number one. The next success element is actually the applicability, not only in one market. So we want the technologies to be broadly applicable in multiple markets. And the third one is the technologies should conform with local regulations and the laws that they are operated in. So we have done this for 13 years, and we have built our experience and our network, which come to help us a lot. So about GCC, I think from our observations, the technologies we have invested in that were proven in the home markets broadly from various parts of the world, scale up or commercialized in Asia Pacific can readily be available for the applications in GCC. So that's why during the past couple of years, I've been visiting GCC, multiple countries, KSA, UAE, and other countries like Oman. Your Excellency, I just met with, had a quick conversation before the panel. So I'm very hopeful that our experience can be applied to GCC in terms of helping each other. So in the coming years, I would say that, again, in the sectors that we focus on, energy transition and efficiency, I think we are very interested in the energy storage technology that uses cheaper but more abundantly plentiful supply from the world. And also in terms of hydrogen, I think it's going to be a very big area. So, but I know we want to be careful in terms of identifying the most critical technology challenges and address these challenges, because our nature as an equity investor, that is the role we play. However, when we identify such opportunities, we definitely would like to collaborate with the strategic players like the fellows sitting on this panel. So previously, I've got a chance to visit Aqua as well. So I'm very encouraged by what I saw, and from my side, I just would like to continue this journey, which started 13 years ago for us, but the road ahead is much, much longer. Thank you.
Yeah, I think it's we talk about collaboration between Arab states and China a lot, but I think the most fundamental thing for collaboration is mutual understanding and mutual trust. But how to build that? This is the open question throwing for all the panelists here. What, in your view, how do we build that trust and mutual understanding so that we can do better together? Yeah.
I think if I just maybe would like to share with people a program that we've had since the 1990s. It's our Asia Development Program, where we hire directly from Saudi high schools men and women that are then sent to different Asian countries with a focus on China. These folks, these young men and women, learn the language, then they take degrees in Chinese. So they would spend anywhere from 5 to 6 years in China. What we end up with is not just a person that is conversant with the language, but truly understands the culture, the deals that I spoke about were actually negotiated by at least two of my team members who went through that program. So they had a first-hand intimate knowledge of the people they were working with. And as I think forward, that one day when we host this event, that we can have a CEO of a Saudi company, perhaps a minister of investment or foreign affairs that was actually trained and is culturally plugged into an important country and economy like China. I think it just opens up a wonderful range of opportunities to take the collaboration further.
Yeah, I totally agree. This is actually my first trip to Saudi. I think I learned a lot, through the trip, and it's really wonderful meeting all these great people and great team here. and really look forward to this forum, next year and onwards, and really look forward to seeing more collaborations between Arab states and China in the clean energy front. So with that, I think we are at the time. So we're going to conclude today's session. Thank you all for joining. Thank you.
Many thanks, Gina, and of course, many thanks to your esteemed guests, of course, for this amazing session and quite thorough one.
We hope that you have enjoyed this panel discussion and the interesting talks that we had with our great panel. After this session, we have a one-on-one session and dialogue, which is one of the most important conversations today and in this event. This session will discuss with our guests a lot of points related to many opportunities in new energy and the transition to the new energy between Saudi Arabia and China in specific. The discussion will include the challenges, the solutions, as well as the opportunities in the renewable energy sector between Saudi Arabia and China. So let's welcome the guests for this session. His Royal Highness, the Minister of Energy in Saudi Arabia, Prince Abdulaziz bin Salman, and the moderator, Dan Murphy from CNBC.
Ladies and gentlemen, a warm welcome, and please make His Royal Highness also welcome to the stage. Your Royal Highness, welcome. Thank you again for joining us today for this very important, very critical conversation about Saudi-China ties. And I'd like to begin, Your Royal Highness, by inviting you to make some opening remarks about the significance of this summit and the growing relationship, trade, investment, energy and flows that we see between Saudi Arabia and China today?
Well, first of all, thanks Dan for the introduction. I would also shouldn't be less welcoming to than Minister Khalid Faleh and my colleagues, the cabinet ministers, who had participated in welcoming all our guests from both the Arab world and China. I was listening to the previous session on transitioning, and I must say that a good chunk of what could have said to now had been said. However, I will try to find some sort of a niche for me to add more to what has been said. First of all, I want to put in perspective how do we operate as an energy sector, and it would be totally incomplete not to mention that we no longer work as an ecosystem alone, as energy sector. We work in collaboration with other Saudi institutions, ministries, regulatory bodies, and all of the above, including state-owned enterprises and the private sector. So we call ourselves an eco, but we are supported with everybody that has any additional meaningful contribution that enable us to do our job. We also have another piece of the approach, which is the global part, which is a very simple approach. We are, as Saudi Arabia, we don't have to be engaged in what I call it a zero-sum game. We believe that there are so many global opportunities. As Saudi Arabia, we're in a pivotal position, geographical position, that could enable us to reach out to so many parties, be engaged, be involved with everybody, Those who would like us to invest with them, we're there. Those who would like to invest with us here, we're also there. So we don't have to be facing any choice which has to do with either with us or with the others. We're everybody. Now, we also focus on the transactional side of it. In what we have with China, and we can go for a deep dive on that if you wish, there are so many things that we want to do with them, but equally they want to do with us. There is this complementary anomaly between the two countries, whereby there is a great deal of synergies of where their Belt and Road vision is going to, and where is our Vision 23 is also trying to achieve. And if you look at both, and you will see that complementary and synergy there. So it is a matter of fitting ourselves to make sure that we engage them in being a contributor to the Vision 2030. Also, we feel that there is a great deal of opportunities that we should take a lead with China on achieving them, because actually also we have the wherewithals to do that.
Your Royal Highness, there are some who are skeptical, perhaps even critical of the growing Saudi-China ties. How do you respond to that?
I actually ignore it because, and I totally ignore it because, you know, if you, even as a businessman or as a business person now, watch out, in Saudi Arabia we use the word person now. We don't just use the word man. You will go where opportunity comes your way. It doesn't have, and again, I just mentioned, we are involved in transactional activities. It's not a pot that you have to divide amongst countries. You will go where opportunities come your way. You will go with the partners that are willing to come and invest with you here. So there is nothing political about it. There is nothing strategical about it. But I believe that we are also engaged with everybody else. That's why we have big ambitions in exporting so many things: electricity, green electricity, hydrogen to Europe. We're working with so many countries, including the US, in so many things. We're an open country. We're working with the Koreans, with the Japanese, with the Chinese, with the Indians. We're hoping to export electricity to India. We are working with so many African countries, even Latin American countries. So if you are going to try to address questions that should not have been asked, I think you'll be wasting your time.
Let's focus in on the opportunity then, which is part of the reason that most of us are here in the room today. It's the investment opportunity. So walk me through the areas of collaboration that you see in the future that will yield ultimately the best results for Saudi Arabia and China as we see these trade and investment ties continue to deepen.
Well, we in Saudi Arabia have the right structure with our friends from China. We have a joint committee headed by His Royal Highness the Crown Prince and the Prime Minister, Prince Mohammed, with Premier Xi and as also the heads of the state. Within this committee there are certain sectorial initiatives. I attend to the bilateral side of the energy side, the holistic energy side. We just had finished 2 weeks ago, or less than 2 weeks ago, a lengthy 2 days visit going through all sorts of varieties of potential investments, and they go from A to Z. Just to give people some sort of a clue of why we are interested in China. Very simple. When it comes to oil, oil demand in China is still growing. So of course we have to capture some of that demand. So as chemical, so of course we have to capture some of that demand. We want to invest in China because we also have an ambitious program on crude to chemicals. Our probably possible more interested party is Chinese investments, both. We will do it in China and we will do it here. We have been doing it here, in Sasre, for example, and we are going to be building more crude to chemical refineries, and it is not just only Aramco, it's Aramco and SABIC and all of the above. We have great deal of ambition in so many things. In fact, there were just recently some announcements that were made, and I wouldn't be surprised that you will hear some more announcements coming soon. So that's just one anomaly. We are also having an ambition as Saudi Arabia is to go for the full value chain, which is taking all of these chemicals that we're producing now and the amount of additional, which will go to roughly around 150% more in terms of basic chemicals. Our unfortunately lack of achievement when it comes to convergence is a 6 million tons now. We're hoping to reach 30 million tons of converted chemicals. Who's gonna be our partner? It would be probably China, India. Why we need them? Very simple, because most of these finished products will go either to China, India, or Asia, or elsewhere. But we're not picking and choosing. We're reaching out to everybody, and whoever wants to come and invest with us is more than welcome.
I've had many conversations with the Aramco CEO, Amin Nasser, over the years, and one of the main points that he often raises in our conversation is this issue of a lack of investment within the petrochemical space and underinvestment in the sector that perhaps, as a result, leads to oil and energy price shocks. And I'm wondering, what is your view on how that can be addressed? And does China have a role to play? Does OPEC Plus have a role to play?
In terms of chemicals or in terms of upstream production?
I'm talking about upstream mostly. But does China have a role to play here in also ensuring stability?
They do a lot of work with us on ABC's companies, which is services and construction and what have you. The case has not been made. Again, we're not tabooing things for the purpose of tabooing. We don't have that hiccup when it comes to our nationalism is intact. We look at what would get us to do a better job. So far, upstream, Aramco is doing the best job in planet Earth. So you don't exchange your child for something else, unless if you need to. And again, we are just open to all of these things. I'm sure the media now will try to abuse it in some way or another, but no, they are engaged with us. They will be engaged in us in certain aspects and when it comes to gas, but it's going to be more on the midstream parts and what have you, along with others. Because I really would like to make sure that people capture it, that there is nothing of a so-called grand design between us and China and what have you. However, I have to say it clearly and bluntly. We're working with them in so many things. I just named the oil and chemical, refining and oil. We're doing a lot in renewable. We'll be doing a lot in renewable, including actually working with them on our localization programs. Renewable, there is another piece that I need to emphasize. We don't have to be in a place where we set ourselves in competition with China. We have to set ourselves in a place where we congregate with China. They have a great deal in renewables, in manufacturing, all of these components which are essential for any serious and ambitious renewable program. Instead of competing with China, collaborate with China. So we're working with them on not only doing a renewable project in the kingdom, but also engaging them in manufacturing these equipments here. That would give us an edge and also would enable us to become an exporting hub for these products. We are even going further with that, with the help and work with that we're doing with the Ministry of Industry, that we will plug them also in mining too. There is not, and we will work with them also in mining abroad, and we have got the right incubators, which is Ma'aden has just created a subsidiary that will be engaged globally. So this is the difference. We came to recognize the reality of today, that China had taken a lead, will continue to take that lead. We don't have to compete with China, we have to collaborate with China, so as also collaborating with everybody else. We will never go again to this zero-sum game, but there is a value for working with China because they have taken the lead, they have got the right manufacturers, everybody is buying from these equipments from China. Many countries, they are into the high, even 50%, 60%, 70%. What is the hiccup of collaborating with China? But that doesn't mean we're not going to collaborate with others. We are offering China now to do some, and others, everybody else, including European. As you may notice, I was there in Germany, in Holland, the last few weeks, working with them and trying to get them to come, like, with Germany Inc., come do the upstream, which is the renewable projects, all the way to the electrolyzers, to conversion to hydrogen. We're working hard, I will be continuing working hard on trying to export electricity and hydrogen, shipped or piped or what have you. Again, if I can call it our modus operandi of the day, we are working with everybody, analyzing and checking every possible business opportunities. Whatever can work, we will do. Whatever there is a requirement for enablers, we will put forth. Whatever the other side needs to do, also need to do. Because, for example, in hydrogen, people talk a lot about hydrogen. But again, I would stress it again. Where are the incentives that will make the off-taker commit to the off-take? But again, our offering goes from A to Z. And, luckily we have a big space in Saudi Arabia. We're doing, as we speak now, we are surveying almost the whole country, just to make sure that we have designated spaces whereby we can go as much as creating renewable farms. And our ambition in exporting, be it electricity or hydrogen, or incubating industries that will be needing clean energy for them to have that tag of being green steel, green aluminum, we will do it. It's not a boutique shop, it's all of the above shop.
I wanted to focus in on the question of investment specifically and this lack of investment. Part of the role of OPEC Plus is to provide market stability, we know, but also to provide a firm backdrop for investors, stability for the investment within that sector. Mm-hmm. How are you assessing the market reaction to the latest OPEC Plus decision?
I thought we were not going to talk about it.
I have to ask.
I have a golden rule, like, what happened in,
Vienna?
It happened in Vegas. What happens in Vienna should stay in Vienna. But there is one anomaly that has to do with investment, which is very important. The restructuring that we have, by the way, I think thank you for CNBC called it an unprecedented agreement. So I'm quoting CNBC, not only you, Dan, but actually we went through quite a comprehensive reform in arranging these agreements. In the final analysis, what this agreement will achieve for all of us is that those who invest, not this year, but the years to come, 24, 25, and moving forward, there will be a recognition for their investment because they will be given a higher production allocations. Now, if that happens, and it should happen, because we agreed that it should happen, investors working with countries, just to name few, Algeria, Iraq, UAE, others, will see the merit for investing also in these countries simply because they know that the pendulum had moved towards those who invest. So are we. We are investing, and our production will come hopefully soon, and people need to be rewarded for that.
So what is necessary to provide this market stability moving forward?
Absolutely. Absolutely. That's why we had this agreement. But also we are working against something called uncertainties and sentiments. And I believe that within this month, hopefully the month after, as I don't want to bet and gamble, but I think the physical market is telling us something. I think the future market is telling us something else. It's a matter of being in a state of readiness. That's why, we keep taking these precautionary measures. It's part and parcel of what we call it proactive and preemptive. To understand OPEC Plus as it is today, it's all about being proactive, preemptive, and precautionary. I cannot think of anything else more humane and more humbling when you are faced with these diverse type of uncertainties. Some of it are excessively overinflated, then having to handle these situations with such an attitude, and humble attitude, I would say. People ask me today what will happen to the market tomorrow. I would say, sorry, but the Saudi energy minister doesn't have an answer.
Doesn't have a crystal ball, if you will.
No, and I don't believe in crystal balls. There is one good friend of mine, his name is Faradon Fasharaki, but he put it at an event for him as a grand finale to bring about joy and happiness. But in the real world, there is no crystal ball. There is one thing that you do. You need to be attentive.
I also wanted to
I know
ask you...
I don't please a lot of people. That's okay. I'm much more interested in, with my colleagues in OPEC Plus, to do the job of being a proper regulator.
I think that was a very satisfactory answer.
While you're here, Dan, check the Saudi audience here. We really do have thick skin. Because we're Bedouin, we've lived the harsh life, and we can tolerate all of these mockeries.
Your Royal Highness, I thought we could end our conversation on something that you also spoke about just now, and it's the increasing importance of renewable energy to the global transition towards cleaner energy. And as it relates to China specifically, what are the areas of cooperation in electricity, in renewables, in hydrogen, where you see the best opportunity for collaboration moving forward? This is something that the world is really focused on now.
Well, I did mention a piece on that hydrogen, but we're actually internally, I don't know if it skipped so many people, back in February 2020, just as the COVID thing commenced, we were mobilizing, putting metering in Saudi Arabia. Not a lot of people notice that 10.1 million, 10.2, almost 2 million, 10.2 million of meters were hooked in 13 months. Actually, a good chunk of those were made or were put together by Chinese companies. In fact, which is something I'm very proud of, should be grateful to the SAC for an excellent job they did. Actually, we have beaten a Chinese record on how many of them have been hooked in a single day. 13 months, there is no country in planet Earth. I stand here ready to be challenged. There is no country in planet Earth that hooked 127,000 meters a day in a normal situation, let alone during COVID. With that, we're working with them and our Ministry of Telecommunication, with the work of Huawei and this, it is to commingle electricity, wiring, and what have you, and transmission lines and distribution, with also fiber optics that would work with us. They have an excellent experience on the issue of security and safety of transmission lines and distribution lines. So we're reaching out. But again, it is not just about China. It's China and others. This country had developed a science, I would call it, which is called joint venturing. It preceded me and others. Ever since we have put together our development plan in the 70s, we had made a choice of joint venturing. And we had made a choice also making it as competitive, as transparent as it could be. So the huge amount of investment that we'll be doing, both in the conversion of our new energy mix, which is the upstream, moving liquids away to gas and renewable. The export volumes that we are aspiring to achieve both in electricity and hydrogen. The overhauling of the transmission system and distribution to make it commensurate with the new and modern requirements of a renewable type of, including commingling transmission distribution with the telecommunication part, enabling the consumer to manage his own electricity. All of that will be done not with them alone, but with the competitive arrangements. They're focused, they're competitive, they have the right technologies, they're willing to invest here to incubate industries that would localize these industries. So what's wrong with saying may the more competitor win? Because it is also help us economically to achieve our goals in an efficient, cost-efficient way.
I think that's a perfect way to end our conversation. Your Royal Highness, thank you so much for your time and your insights today. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, His Royal Highness Prince Abdulaziz.
شكرا جزيلا لك سمو الأمير.
Thank you very much, Your Royal Highness, and I'd like to thank Tidan على هذه
جلسة حوارية مختلفة
a different and distinguished panel discussion that was presented by His Royal Highness, the Minister of Energy, His Royal Highness Prince Abdulaziz bin Salman. Dear attendees, this is the best conclusion for our first part of the day of our conference, but our day is not over yet. We have more panel discussions, more bilateral meetings, more one-on-one meetings, more topics to discuss. So stay tuned. We'll be back at 2 p.m. sharp. We'll be back to continue the rest of our agenda for today. We'll see you at 2 p.m. Stay tuned.
أهلا بكم مجددا ضيوفنا الكرام. نتمنى أنكم استمتعتم بهذا الغداء.
Hoping that you did enjoy your lunch break, and we are ready for the next sessions and for the interesting topics that we will delve into as we will continue our discussion in the remaining of the evening in the first day of the Arab-Chinese Business Conference, the biggest gathering of its kind between Chinese and their Arab counterparts. We'll start this session, and I'm pleased to ask again to the stage the moderator of this session, Mr. Chiching Gerald Zhu. Welcome, Mr. Zhu, again.
Good afternoon. This is Xinchen Gerald from China Global Television Network again. So tourism accounts for some 10% of the world GDP, and here in the Arab world, growth is tremendous, but still there's room to really catch up with the world. And of course, the COVID pandemic slowed down global tourism industry in the past years, but we're out of the pandemic now. We're seeing great potentials ahead. To start this session, I have a great panel here, and we have His Excellency Ahmed Al-Khatib, the Saudi Minister of Tourism. Thank you. His Excellency Mr. Zurab Polikashvili, the Secretary General for the United Nations World Tourism Organization. And of course, Sami Sawaris, founder for Orscom Development Holding from Egypt. So let's start with this conversation by coming back here to Saudi Arabia. This is not my first time in Saudi Arabia. It has many charms, but I think I have a lot more to see. From data, what I found out is like in the past year, tourism in Saudi Arabia grew tremendously. So for His Excellency Minister Al-Khatib, how has Saudi Arabia achieved so tremendous tourism growth?
Thank you very much, and I'd like to take this opportunity to welcome my friends, Secretary General and my friend Samih, and to thank Abu Abdulaziz, His Excellency Al-Falih, for inviting us to speak in this panel. I don't want to talk about the pandemic, it's behind us, and as part of His Excellency statements and the UNWTO forecasts and the World Travel and Tourism Council forecasts, we're expecting to fully recover this year and go back to the pre-pandemic years, and then start from here to achieve 132% growth in international inbounds or international arrivals by 2032, as per of the most recent report published by the WTTC. Let me first talk about the umbrella, the Arab market, or the Arab. This is a Arab-China conference. If I look at the Arab region, from a space or population, it counts about 8-9% of the global space and population. And our market share in the travel market back in 2019 was about 4%. So we have not get our fair market share in the Arab market. And therefore, many Arab countries are working very hard to move the contribution of the travel and tourism into or increase the contribution of travel and tourism in their GDPs. So we are on average in the Arab countries around 7%, and the global average of travel and tourism contribution to the global economy or global GDP is about 10%. I like numbers because I'm a banker. I always like to quote numbers, and numbers never always tell the truth. And therefore, we have a mandate, and we are very well responsible to expand our contribution to the global travel and tourism market. Yes. And that's why my friend Zurab was coming to this region, because he sees the potential in the Arab world, and he believes in our agenda and our plans, and he believes that this region, especially the Middle East region, yes, is a region that is recovering very fast, and it will contribute into the growth of the global travel and tourism market. And the proof of that, in the first quarter, as you showed us, Zurab, the Middle East region is the fastest region that recovers from the pandemic among all the 5 regions. If I zoom into Saudi Arabia, we have been relying on oil, and His Royal Highness, the Minister of Energy, was here just before the lunch break, and he was talking about the energy and the future of the energy. And we are an oil-based economy, and with Vision 2030, His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince, wants to explore every opportunity in the Saudi economy in order to further diversify the economy and increase the resilience of the economy. And therefore, travel and tourism was one of the main pillars in Vision 2030. And from there, we started to put our plans. Back in 2019, travel and tourism counts for about 3% of the jobs market and the contribution to GDP. We are today at about 4 to 4.5, heading to the 10% promise that was an outcome of the National Tourism Strategy. Yes. Saudi Arabia is investing over $800 billion in the next 10 years. That's why Samih is here. He wants to be part of this, and he wants to participate in this, and he announced a few investments in Saudi Arabia in a very unique destinations. And I encourage and I invite all the Chinese investors to come and invest in Saudi Arabia, and also to the travel companies to encourage the very important Chinese travelers who counts for 10% of the global travel market. Back in 2019, 1.6 billion people traveled. 154 million Chinese, means almost 10% of the travel market comes from China. And the main purpose of the Chinese travelers are they're looking for history and heritage. And I think our region and Saudi Arabia is full of and rich of history and heritage, and therefore we're very optimistic about our relationship with China, whether at the Arab region level or at Saudi Arabia in specific.
So absolutely, as His Excellency Minister had mentioned, this part of the world has a lot to see. Actually, the Middle East and the Arab world has always been pretty mysterious to Chinese travelers. But sometimes it's also about accessibility. For example, easier to get visas. I know right now people can apply for an e-visa to Saudi Arabia that can save a lot of time, a lot of trouble, just fill out a form on the internet. But again, culture or heritage can also be other charms to attract visitors here. Let's come to the UN WTO's recent reports. There are many things here in Saudi Arabia and also across the Arab world are ranked pretty high, right? The values, the heritage. What are some of the most important things here for the world to see?
Thank you. Again, I want to welcome our guests, dear friends. Very happy to be part of this very important meeting. By the way, this is one of the first meetings when China and Saudi Arabia or any countries has such big event with Chinese entrepreneurs. I want to thank His Excellency Minister of Investment, our host, who was half of his speech talking about tourism and the importance of tourism and Chinese tourists worldwide. Of course, China is one of the biggest markets worldwide, and more than 1,000 days China was closed. And I had the honor, and I can talk a lot about your question. I had the honor to be with the Minister Hu to announce China open. It was just 2 months ago. It means that 2 months ago, after 1,000 days of closing country, Chinese tourists starting traveling. You mentioned visas. By the way, we are coming with His Excellency just from Jordan. We inaugurated the ministerial meeting for Arab Middle East countries. The day after tomorrow, I'm going to Cambodia to celebrate the same kind of commission for Asia. It's a coincidence, and I stopped here to attend this very important meeting. Next step will be, and we will continue in September, we are going to celebrate together GTF, which is one of the biggest and very important World Tourism Economy Forum in Macau. We are partnering, and this will be 10th anniversary. We are going back to back to come then from 23rd of September, which is, if I remember, was Saudi National Day, to come here in Riyadh and celebrate together World Tourism Day. There will be the place, again, Riyadh, where China, that moment, and Chinese entrepreneurs will meet the world. Until today, in tourism sector, in tourism industry, China was isolated, and this will be the day where all the world will come, and we will celebrate first in Macau, then here. Talking about visas, again, I was very honored to announce with His Excellency the openness of country. When I was coming here, this is my 15th trip during 3 years, 1-5. First trip, I remember that everyone was telling me that country is closed. You know, it's very difficult to go there. We announced on the second trip, and it was also 27th of September, World Tourism Day, the openness of country. First e-visa, I have it, historical one. But I will mention, and I want to congratulate His Excellency and all his team about one very important thing. During these 15 my visits, 14th was from VIP. VIP entrance like Secretary General, etc. Yesterday I came from the normal gate, normal terminal 3, which is absolutely new. Before coming from the VIP treatment, it took me 40-45 minutes. Yesterday, we were in the car from 12 to 15 minutes. Yeah, and I congratulate you. So those who are paying some VIP treatments, you don't need it because country is offering VIP treatments for everyone, every tourist like me. I came like this way, okay? So congratulations, Excellency. I'm sure that you are using VIP treatment, but you don't need it. So, and China is back. I'm sure that tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, we will see more and more Chinese tourists coming here. You know, connectivity is very important, and it needs support from governments because, you know, in China it's not as easy to recover and to reestablish the direct flight. So we are here. We have very close contact with Saudi government, the Chinese government, and we are happy and ready to push and to see more Chinese people here, more Chinese tourists, because culture is one of the best way and most interested part of where Chinese tourism is going. So this is a new country, old and new country for China, because when this country opened, then China closed at the same time, you know, so that's why it's discovery, and I'm sure that these events and this kind of relationship will support.
But there would definitely be huge potentials ahead, and I've entertained...
And I'm sorry, any investments. Saudis, they will invest in China, and China will invest in Saudi. This is this event is about.
It's definitely mutual investment into different two parties, and actually I have a similar experience. I got my e-visa. First, it's only taking me like under 5 minutes, and I got my visa. I can go through the custom and clear my luggage super fast. I've entertained our clouds earlier this day that I said that because I have over 1 million followers on the internet, but most of them are not. They are scattered around the world, from Southeast Asia, Middle East, as well as Europe and the US. I've shared this photo of my hotel window in Riyadh, and a lot of people were commenting that they've seen more and more Chinese travelers visiting Saudi Arabia. I think there will be a lot of investors, but the tourism experience kind of continue to improve, and for the investor, they might stay and they become tourists. whatnot. So for the potentials, I've seen many hotel chains and the resource development from Orscom. Beautiful, beautiful. So what's the potential here as China and the Arab world becomes closer in terms of tourism?
I think the first step will be the cooperation between Saudi companies and Chinese conglomerates that can combine the strengths of having a base in China and the Saudi partnership, having obviously the strength of the local knowledge and the local market. So the first step will be probably a lot of joint ventures. And I believe that there is a huge potential to form joint ventures between Chinese travel companies, Chinese hotel companies, Chinese tour operators, and local investors here who can develop jointly products for the Chinese tourists. Because, you know, there are certain specifics that will be required by the Chinese tourists. You know, we've seen it in Egypt, and we've seen it in other countries as well, even in Switzerland. Yes. They cater for certain requirements, and it creates an enormous influx. So I believe this will be the first step. Later, the Chinese will find that they can do it alone. Now, as a foreign investor, you are welcome in the kingdom. You can come and do any project, whether you have a partner or not. It's up to you. Yes. And it will take some time. So initially, I believe that joint ventures will be the best route.
So basically collaboration, more cooperation and more collaborations.
Yeah, this will be the key. And I see it also by these huge Chinese contractors. They are usually the front runners, yes. But then a lot of them will say, why should I go and build something, make a small profit and leave? I can go and build and stay. Or I bring a partner that will take care of the investment after I build it. So there is huge potential for Chinese companies in Saudi Arabia, yes. On each level, not just the contracting or the providing of tourists, you know.
I've been speaking to some of the contractors from China and pretty active here in the Middle East, and they've said that you're happy to invest. They're not just finishing the construction and the infrastructure and then they leave. They want to actually be a...
It takes time.
Yeah.
It takes time. Yeah. You know, you can't plant a tree and expect it to grow just because you're giving it a lot more water or fertilizer. The country has just opened. It is undervalued. I mean, the achievements that have already taken place in Saudi Arabia are not recognized yet. I still have a problem explaining to anybody how much more open Saudi Arabia has become towards business, towards foreigners, than many other countries that they usually compare it with. And it will take some time even for the world to acknowledge the achievements, because it's also not very normal. Yes. You know, like there is no other country that I have seen in my life evolve at such a speed. I mean, this is a completely new setup. This is a completely new country in comparison to what it was 10, 15 years ago. And therefore, it will take also time for the world to recognize this. Yeah. That's the tough task of, I don't know which ministry, is to make these achievements obvious to everybody and understood and appreciated. Because sometimes people accuse even me, you know, and I have no interest to be like a spokesman, that I am biased and that it cannot be because, you know, somebody will tell me I was there 7 years ago. Oh, it was a big mess getting in. I stayed in the airport 1 hour, and if it wasn't for somebody that I called, you know, these kind of experiences are the ones people still repeat. You know, even the possibility to get an electronic visa in 5 minutes, as you described, is still not well known. You know,
I think there will be definitely from like the rise of internet and digital transformation. We're definitely talking with more during the second half of this panel. We're going to have business individuals, investors from around the world to join that discussion. But again, the accessibility to visas and the joint ventures, the beautiful hotel chains or the infrastructures will be built here in Saudi Arabia that will for sure attract more visitors. But His Excellency, so Minister, what are some other measures or initiatives in place or already being taken to really kind of tailor to attract Chinese travelers?
Yes, the travel and tourism market or industry is very, very important for the world, not only from an economical side, but also from connecting people and getting people to know each other. We have done a lot of reforms in the last 3 years since we launched the National Tourism Strategy, starting from opening up the country, allowing 49 countries to get a visa online, and then any nationality with a valid UK, US or Schengen visa can get also apply online, and the GCC residents can also apply online. And we opened up the country. We improved the connectivity because the connectivity is important. If you need to make a stop, your decision to travel will drop, and therefore we want to connect our main destinations with main cities. We're building an airport in Neom and another airport in the Red Sea, and therefore Red Sea, the new destination will be connected. We make the access very easy. We make the information available. We enriched in the last few years the offering, the retail, the FMP, and the residential, and this is just the start. We have a long way to go. I know we have about 5 minutes to close this session. I will give my colleagues the chance to speak also. But when I looked at the Chinese travel behavior, I found out there are two facts. One, they like to go for culture and heritage. They want to know about other nations' culture and heritage, and this is their main travel purpose. And another fact is 70 to 80% of the Chinese travelers, they travel within less than 5 hours flight, which means they're still in the East. And the world is East, West, and Arab culture. They need to go for beyond 5 hours, for example, 6, 7, to reach to Saudi Arabia, Egypt, Jordan, and so on and so forth, to learn about other civilizations and other culture. If I encourage them, I hope the travel agents here, the Chinese travel agents here, can promote and encourage the Chinese to travel for more than 5 hours to reach to other destinations, other culture, and enrich their experience.
Absolutely. I found earlier I also visited Sri Lanka. So they are also trying to kind of regain their tourism industry after the pandemic. And they are also trying to kind of extend people's stay and even just being the conjunction. People will transfer there, but stay there and have great times.
But the extended stay, if I may jump in here, yes, is one of the very few positive results of COVID. Because thanks to COVID, now it is socially acceptable that I don't come to meet you, but I Zoom you. And you know what this has led to? I mean, I see it in all our hotels. The stay has become much longer per traveler.
Yes.
And the mix between business and pleasure has become also very strong, which protects tourism as a whole from all these little shocks. You know, like in the middle of COVID, we had in Switzerland, for example, many people moved to hotels in the mountains and were conducting business over the computer. And since COVID, I think this trend will keep rising, and you will see a lot of travel, even to Saudi Arabia, where people will come in winter because it's much better weather than anywhere, and they will stay in touch with Europe and their businesses there, because as I said, it's socially acceptable.
Yes.
And that is a big breakthrough for tourism as a whole. We have much longer stays per traveler, and we have a mix between business and leisure and travel, which solidifies the impact of tourism, because the more you have better hotels and the more you have accessibility, the more likely people will go and do business while the family is having a good time. He can still be having his board meetings, his Zoom meetings.
Yes.
And this has been a huge push for tourism development worldwide.
Yes, absolutely. But to come back to regular tourisms, for a lot of Chinese travelers, at least what I understand is like they prefer to plan their trips ahead, and they want to stay one place at a very short time, 1 or 2 days, and then they want to visit the next one. For example, like in Riyadh, there is a Diriyah Gate project, beautiful with heritage, and some Chinese travelers may visit Riyadh for 1 day, visit all those sites, and then the next day to visit Dubai to see the Khalifa Tower.
Or they go to the Rai.
Yes.
And then after the Rai, they can go to Al-Ola.
Yeah, absolutely. So for Mr. Zurab, what do you think, like right now, regionalization or globalization, how multiple trips, how important are multiple trips, like in one planning, important to like tourism recovery or to boost tourism here in the Arab world?
I think that once first Chinese group visit Al-Ula, then Al-Ula will have a problem because there will be a huge flow of tourists because this is what Chinese tourists is looking for, cultural heritage.
Yes.
And this is something amazing what we've seen several times there, and there is no enough key rooms.
Yes.
I will talk about one very important thing, and I will use my golden last 2 or 3 minutes. As His Excellency mentioned, the country is investing a lot of investment in tourism infrastructure.
Yes.
In roads, in hotels, in new resorts, etc. But where I am very proud, again with His Excellency, that we are investing in education. We are investing in education, and this is long-term project. These roads and hotels and infrastructure and airports he was mentioning needs people.
Yes.
So we will be in next 5-7 years ready. We are starting the program to give education to 100,000 Saudis. You know, 100,000.
Yes.
For next 5 years. It's unprecedented project worldwide. It never happened, never. Like nobody is investing as much money as Saudis are investing in tourism. Nobody is doing this. Our partner there is talking about China's Hong Kong Polytechnical University, another very strong ally. So I just wanted to inform our audience that we are investing also in education, which is most important thing. There is huge space, huge opportunities to invest, and at the same time to have not less business than hotels are.
Yes.
So we are very happy that from our office here in Riyadh, we are investing in education, and the second part of our office is rural development. It was mentioned that rural development and people change and travelers change their minds. They prefer to travel not in big cities to discover new places, and our project Best Tourism Villages, this is another star project I would say, and very happy that it's happening from here, from Saudi Arabia. And Al-Ula is one of the best tourist villages, by the way.
I really want to visit that part of the country, the kingdom, very much so. And I believe there will be more travelers from China and also across the world to visit this part of the Arab world or the Middle East. And thank you so much, gentlemen. And we had a great discussion. And in policy terms, I think it will be better, more accessibility to travelers, and of course, better hotels and infrastructure. And I'm ready to see it. I cannot wait for it. And thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you.
That way. Thank you so much. Bonjour. Bonjour. So this session continues that we're really delve into all the business and investment aspects from a booming tourism here in the Middle East, around Arab world, and of course in Saudi Arabia, and have another great panelist, a great panel. And first, welcome His Excellency Mahad Washami Diri, the Minister of Tourism, Commerce and Trade for Djibouti, of East Africa with great, beautiful beaches along the Gulf of Aden. And Andrew Kong, Asia Pacific CEO for Haichang Ocean Park Holding from China. Mr. Amal Al-Madani, CEO for the Royal Commission for Al-Wula. We've been talking a lot about Al-Wula earlier, the earlier session. And of course, Mr. Fahad Hamidani, CEO for Saudi Tourism Authority. Last but not least, Zhao Qi, the chairman for Jinjiang International Group, one of the largest tourism and hotel groups in China and around the world. Zhao Qi Zong, Ning Ha. So first, let's jump to Djibouti for a little bit. Djibouti is a beautiful country, a lot of coasts, great destinations in the Gulf of Aden, and the tourism there is also rising. So how popular it is right now for Chinese travelers?
Merci de m'avoir donné la parole. Je voudrais d'abord remercier les ministres de l'Investissement pour l'invitation afin de participer à cette conférence entre la Chine et les pays arabes, qui est une conférence très importante. Comme vous le savez, la crise du Covid-19 a impacté fortement le secteur du tourisme, mais toutefois, on constate une reprise forte des activités touristiques dans le monde.
There is a strong return for the activities of tourism, and tourism should be able to set a foundation for more than 6,000 job opportunities. For 10 years now, the tourism sector started to be more active, and also the International Tourism Organization also exerted efforts. All of these efforts represent hope, because this sector is very vital for the whole world and necessary, and this pushes us and empowers us to diversify the economies of countries. Also in the Arab and African countries, we will be able to achieve this diversification. The tourism sector in the Arab and African countries has witnessed a lot of development in the recent 2 to 3 years. And my small country, Djibouti, the government in Djibouti worked on identification of tourism sector as a very priority or a high priority industry in order to diversify our national economy. There are also other economies and other businesses that we started working on, starting with the policies and that works on the development of series of hotels and motels in order to double and to increase the accommodation and the accommodation capacities, and also the training programs for youth, young men and women who are interested in working in the field in order to join the sector by attracting them through different online programs as well. We have always worked on opening the floor for application for e-visa. Djibouti, yes, is a small country geographically, but it has an ancient heritage that is very rich and attractive for tourists. We have a diversity of nature, natural landscapes, heritage and culture. We have different locations and sites like Lagasan. Lagasan is a distinguished location that is 250 kilometers far from the sea, and we have also the Pisu port in which you can find hot water. We have mountains, we have wonderful, spectacular landscapes. So Djibouti is a first-class tourism destination that can attract a lot of tourists from different countries. As for China, I think Chinese tourists have strong presence in Djibouti in different sectors and fields. We have a lot of visits, mutual visits between Djibouti and China for the discovery and the exploration of these neo-destinations and tourist destinations in Djibouti, like the ones that I mentioned, Lagasan and Ubey, and other places as well. So there is a strong presence from China, and there are a lot of tourists who come to our country, a lot of visitors who come to our country to identify and to get to know these attractive tourist destinations. We are also working on the protection of these locations because they're very important for our economy. It is our capital in the field of tourism in Djibouti.
Thank you so much, His Excellency Minister. Djibouti may be a small country in size, but a lot of more things to do. I think it's a beautiful, beautiful country. But then to attract more Chinese travelers. From my experience here in Saudi Arabia, I love the experience of outside a restaurant, there's a QR code, I can scan it, there will be information pop out, trip.com or whatnot. So let's now turn to Mr. Fahad Hamdani, the CEO for Saudi Tourism Authority. Speaking of digital transformation and enhancing tourism experience, how do you think that part, how can the Arab states and China leveraging on modern day technologies to boost tourism?
Thank you, Gerald, and glad to be joining here today. First, I'd like to mention His Excellency in the previous panel talked about the largest investment in tourism in the world being in Saudi. That investment, with the leadership and the commitment and the total orchestration in government and business around the sector, has paid out dividends. We're the second fastest growth. If you take Qatar and the World Cup, that makes us the fastest growing destination in the world. That would not have happened if we went to offline services. And if you think of what we started, when we first announced tourism, we started with an e-visa that got recognized as the best digital platform. So if that was our founding cornerstone of what we're building in this sector, we're taking everything through digital. And talking about also Samih in the previous session talked about how important accessibility, then connectivity, and so on. So all of this is paved through digital and work and seamless journey. And we understand that very well. So talking about visas, today we have the e-visa portal, we have the stopover visa, we have multiple visa offering, all offered online for Chinese travelers. Second, talking about airlines and connectivity. Today we have 50,000 seats capacity direct from Guangzhou. We're expecting to operate from Beijing in August, and another direct route. But what is important is Saudi Airlines have signed a digital transformation agreement with Accenture. They're expecting to offer additional 32 digital services on their system. Then you talk about the online travelers and online booking. Today we have 26 agreements in place with OTAs from China and travel operations. So throughout the value chain, we take digital first. However, when you start reaching the destination, you want to be true to your culture and you want to be true to authenticity.
Yes.
And in that, we usually say, digitize the expected and humanize the unexpected. So while we're digitizing services that provides seamless experience and journey, we need to remain true to Arabia, uniquely Saudi, and authentically local in every destination you go to Saudi.
Great, digitizing the expected and humanize the unexpected. Well said. Let's now turn to Zhao Ji, Mr. Zhao Ji from Jinjiang International. 赵吉总啊，您肯定非常了解，就是我们国人的旅游。
And Mr. Zhao, I think you know very well about the Chinese travelers' habits. Right now, digitalization is already a must-do way for the Chinese tourists. So what do you think for the Arabic countries or Saudi Arabia? How could your countries to attract Chinese to tourism using digitalization? Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your cooperation with us and invite us for this business summit. Of course, I will talk a little bit more about this topic for the tourist industry. We have we are facing a big change of the environment. First is the pandemic, which lasted 3 years. This has brought a lot of change to the way of life and man's side and their activities in their traveling. Especially, the other factor is the internet. Internet is evolving in every corner of our life, and then tourism is undergoing a big change and a huge impact. How could we successfully adapt to this new situation and bring the industry further? I think digital transition is a must-go way. Nobody can change it. This is the trend. For example, first, I will just talk a little bit further. For this e-visa topic, this is already proof about the convenience for international traveling. Because for international traveling before the pandemic, the biggest challenge was not language, the distance. It was also not the other habits or eating. There was no problem at all. And for tourism visa and also the political access is a big factor which affects the tourist development globally. And for e-visa, I think it must be one option to support the convenience to travel. Second, my opinion is that for the promoters of tourism, digital transition is a trend. It's a way we must take, especially for this internet area. We see that the young people, even the children, they are already get the information a lot that the mysterious orient, like China, for example, or mysterious Arabic countries. How could the children, the young people, to use a more direct way to grab the points of the modern tourism? So I think digital mode is a big and a better promotion way, which is better than text and then the traditional media, because we know that reading is not the only way to spread knowledge. And right now we see that multimedia is the right way to get knowledge and information. So second, in the promoting of tourism, we, for example, Jinjiang, our company, we are cooperating with tourist country industries in Saudi Arabia. We are working closely together to put the hospital people from Saudi Arabia, and then the big landscapes and the very impressive national specialities. We try to use multimedia, multi-ways to introduce these great things from Saudi Arabia to our potential tourist customers in China. Right now, I think in China, we see that in the tourist sector, we already have a group of people who are very passionate for Saudi Arabian travel. So now we are negotiating with Mr. Fach. Maybe in July this year, Jinjiang Travel Agency will be established in Riyadh. And in this year, we will complete the alignment for the Chinese tourists come to Saudi Arabia. Of course, then Mr. Fach will have to talk more with me. How do we welcome the Chinese tourism in Saudi Arabia? Third, I think for the enterprises in tourism, digital transition is a more way to expand your company. For example, to cut the cost and then to get the advantage in the fierce competition. This is a must choose option. So in this way, Xinjiang, my companies are also discovering, because our traditional business mode was already impacted from the internet. So during this process, we are willing to cooperate together to see some new ways, especially for international cultural exchange and traveling possibilities. For example, from a national digitalization or the convenience for tourists, or for the tourist policies from the country. Thank you very much.
Gerald, can I just...
Sure, yeah.
I would like to thank him for not just being the largest that is investing in Saudi tourism, but being the first. Xinjiang Group also owns Radisson hotels, and we're soon going to be announcing their network, over 40 properties, to be the first network fully China-ready. So thank you for all your commitment to this part of the world and to Saudi in specific.
So definitely from Mr. Zhao's remarks, digitalization is not only improving tourism experience, but also helping to perfecting, to help improve the industry as well. So yesterday, I was indulging myself on YouTube about Awula. I was watching a lot of influencers showing their experience in Awula. Is a new economic zone built here or developed here in Saudi Arabia, and we're also very honored to have Al Mahmadi, the CEO for the Royal Commission for Awula, on the panel. Just share with us a little bit your strategies, for example, using social media or other technology or digitalizations to let more people know about Awula, or even to develop tourism further in Awula.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I want to highlight first that Saudi Arabia and China actually share a deep connection, both countries, to their ancient cultures, magnificent historical sites, and the past. Both nations have commonalities in sharing pride in their ancient civilizations and the potential of their vast landscape and cultural identity. And we do believe that these newly emerging assets for us in Saudi Arabia are key ingredients to creating a sustainable and diversified economy. And I think if we think about the word sustainable, sometimes we hit a tone for the environment only, but it's really environment, energy, and economy. Al-Ula is situated in a place that's a gateway to what we call North Arabia. We're surrounded by huge treasures of nature, technology, NEOM project in north of Al-Ula, Red Sea in the west of Al-Ula, and what investors want is demand and scale. And so far, over the past 4 years, we've grown visitors in Al-Ula from 20,000 per year to an excess of 280,000. So good news for everybody. Demand seems to be tracing a good trajectory. But they also need consistency. And as Fahad said, and His Excellency Al-Khatib, the Minister of Tourism, the size of the investment we're pouring into tourism should send a very clear signal that this is consistent. And it's not going to go anywhere. It's our cultural oil. It's to be leveraged for the diversification targets listed in Vision 2030. In addition to that, investors need people to de-risk their investment. And one way we de-risk investments in Al-Ula is not to look at tourism as the only driver for occupancy and demand behavior and consumer spending, is we work on a 360 approach to more or less a local government. Tourism for sure will be around 75% of our GDP. So it is a main driver for Al-Ula's economy. But we have placed above $200 million to date to strengthen what we call support industries. We all saw how single asset economies suffered through the pandemics. You know, you close a heritage site, people lose their job. So I don't think we should live through this again. We've got technologies and digitization and enablement, and we always have to have industries that pick up the cyclical behavior of tourism, so our partners in resorts and hotels, our operators, can live through more or less support network. Today in Al Ula, we have had more than 600 days of Hollywood film productions, namely the one showing in the theaters now, Kandahar by Gerard Butler. We are going to open in August 2 qualified, like Hollywood technology qualified studios, so that in our low season, we put incentives for people to still come to shoot films. We're going to announce soon the hosting of the largest World Archaeological Forum. We are now by far, compared by any matrix around the world, the largest spender on research and archaeology. For simple reason is Al Ula sits in between major civilizations that have been exploited and studied for the last 200 years, and Al Ula remains in its early days. So by having such activities, the economy demands more spending, more visitors beyond tourism, which de-risk investment from the cyclical nature of tourism. Last, I want to say that investors can't work alone. And I feel that when we talk about SMEs, we need to uplift our thinking from desperation and the sense of they need help, because entrepreneurs, majority of them know their business, they hit the market, they understand the nuances of the local market a lot better than the regulators, in my opinion, anywhere in the world. And we have invested in making sure entrepreneurs are locally savvy. What does this mean? Any Chinese company that wants to enter Al Ula market and serve North Arabian, Yom, Red Sea, Amala, and others, they find people who have already cleaned up all the problems that may be big for investors, but it's really simple for entrepreneurs. And as a growth strategy, they can be acquired, they can be easy access to services, and we're proud to see now that our very small network of entrepreneurs have produced last year gross revenue of around 7.1 million Saudi riyal. It's small in the large scheme of things, but it's a double-digit growth year on year. And the last thing is, I think digitization is, we are building Al Ula for a generation that is yet to come. So I think digitization is not necessarily a flag or a star, it's a necessity. There are people who are living today that don't understand the world without digitization, so we have to understand that it's part of doing business. Digitization is simply transparency, ease of business, lower conversion and customer acquisition rates. Our current digital infrastructure, which will be phase 1 out to market before our upcoming season, October, establishes very easy way for OTAs and others to engage. And we're very inspired actually by the work of the Saudi Tourism Authority, because they have thrown the target so far with their initial product that everybody else now has to up their game.
Absolutely. As Mr. Al-Madani said, like entrepreneurships or kind of focus on digitalization that are really looking forward ahead of time, that can for sure boost tourism. And also I want to kind of bring back to the idea of like filmmakings or conventions. So tourism is not just go sightseeing. It's a lot of more things to do, more activities. And let's turn to Andrew Kam. So Mr. Kam has extensive experience with a lot of different international organizations, Chinese Wanda, as well as Disneyland. And now with Haichang Ocean Park Holding from China, that's one of the largest theme parks owners from China. So what do you see? What's more surrounding tourism? What are some of the other potential for subsectors?
Well, first of all,
首先，非常荣幸来到这里，谢谢邀请我来到这里。
before answering that, I would like to.
在我回答之前呢，我想说一下我们之前呢提到了我们的阁下还有赵总呢也提到了这个技术。
As a driver.
技术呢是一个驱动力。
Technology.
我们知道这个很显然， 今天的技
perform
术
a lot of functions.
发挥了很多不同的作用。
And I think,
所以我觉得，前面2位的观点我也是认同的。我们最后呢要看到，技术会给我们带来满意度，给我们带来好的体验，同时呢，提高我们运营的这个效率。它是一个工具。如果我们想大数据这件事的时候呢，包括这个虚拟现实，包括现在的 ChatGPT， 所有这些技术呢，它们都还是工具，目的呢就是为了提高我们的这种体验的这种维度。所以，整体上来说呢，旅游业呢，它其实是实现了，甚至超越了我们现在的这样一种体验的期望，让我们的这个游客呢能够感觉更满意，说更多的 wow， 更被这样的旅游产品能够打动。所以，如果我们谈到旅游业产品，我们会注意到有一些事情，他们其实就相当于这个旅游业的这样一个架构。从整体上来说，我们绝对需要收入，需要有这样一些娱乐的时间、休息时间、生活方式，还有这个人口结构，这些都是非常重要的这个驱动力。如果我们来看，或者说我们来创造这样一个旅游产品的话，以上几点都很重要。最后呢，我还想说的是资源呢，人力资源呢，包括自然资源都很重要。阿曼德刚才也提到过，自然资源、自然的这个景色、历史文化遗迹，这些资源呢，我们都可以用来发展我们的旅游产品。
And when you put all these factors into play, you are able to create a kaleidoscope of different tourism products that not only satisfy the current need, but also enable you to create the kind of diversification that you're looking for. And that is a very rich and complex and layering experience, for our tourism. And that is what sort of essentially make tourism works, for any countries or anywhere.
So absolutely, there will be like all those travel packages based on to improve tourist experience or whatnot. But at the end of the day, is a tourist want to be entertained, want to be enriched by the culture and whatnot. And so entertainment can be a branch from tourism, and that can be filmmaking or just internet, social media, influencers. I want to post my Snapchat, my selfies on Instagram, whatnot. And entertainment can also bring more revenues, and the data suggests the entertainment in revenues will double by 2025. And we have a lot of great beaches here along the Red Sea. And come back to Djibouti. In addition to beaches or greater resorts, so what are something more can travelers, including those, especially those from China, do in your country, His Excellency Minister?
Merci. En fait, d'abord, je voulais souligner que la République de Djibouti et les pays frères de la République, l'Arabie Saoudite, ont signé déjà une convention de partenariat et de coopération pour le développement des secteurs du tourisme. C'est très important.
Here we work on achieving collaboration between different sectors, and the in tourism sector. Djibouti, yes, is a small country, but we have a lot of potentials, and I have presented some of them, but we still have more and more. We have a lot of spectacular locations. We have sites that are not found anywhere else in the world, and these are some of the specificities of Djibouti. We also have, for example, a location that is 150 meters above sea level, and it has a mineral hot water, and we have also our seas are full of fish, and we have a seabed that was well preserved, and it's rich and well preserved. In Djibouti, we also work on environmental tourism. So we take good care of our natural resources, and since 2 years ago, we started a program that all visitors or tourists come to Djibouti have a better satisfaction, and the numbers doubled in the last 2 years. As for the maritime sites as well, we are a country that is in a place that is shared among 3 continents, Africa, Asia, and Europe. And this is a location that is very strategic, that provides us with good air connectivity as well. We are also developing our air transportation capabilities, and we have other potentials that are very important to see in Djibouti. And I think that our colleagues in China will find a lot of things that they will be pleased with when they visit Djibouti. There are ships that visit Djibouti from time to time, and they are visiting attractive sites. So our country works heavily on developing this sector, and we do our best in order to create an e-commerce system, and we also have a communication system that provides the necessary information to help develop the tourism sector. So Djibouti is an ideal destination. We are the gateway for Africa, for Eastern Africa, next to Somalia and Ethiopia. So we can provide different tourism packages that will be attractive for everyone. From Djibouti, you can go on and visit Kenya and other destinations in Africa. So Djibouti's location amongst these 3 continents makes it a destination, a gateway that leads to other destinations in other countries. So, and we are doing our best in order to develop the sector. And our seas are still virgin, our beaches are still virgin, and untrodden territories. We take good care of our seas. And our natural landscape as well is spectacular. And it is very difficult for me to describe it in words, but you have to see them yourselves.
Don't mind on something quite quickly? Yes. I believe when we mentioned entertainment and the relationship to tourism, this is why I think the Saudi Vision 2030.
这也是我认为沙特的2030这个愿景呢，是一个很重要的部分，因为好的投资是很重要的，因为我们需要有多元的这样一个多元性，因为有更多的人来旅游，我们才能看到这样的机会。这也就是沙特的这个愿景的这个魅力之处。那现在我们看到竞争者呢，其实就是这个智能手机。我觉得。
Because we encourage our operators, our hotels to think about the depth of why people travel. They are going to expect a comfortable bed, but they will not travel for it. I think people now look for genuine disconnect from a world that brought the world to them.
Yes.
And thinking about that thoroughly is the only way for destinations to leverage the upcoming trends of travelers.
Absolutely. Mr. Fahad?
I just have 2 messages, one for the investment community. One, we are investing so much, but that is government investment that will translate into opportunities for the private sector. So if you are at doubt whether we need your service or your product or your investment, I'm telling you the answer is yes. Our colleagues from Ministry of Tourism, from the Tourism Fund, not only they will help you on licensing and regulation, but they will also shoulder the cost and invest with you. My message to travelers and those that are counting on the travelers, this land, the land of Arabia, has witnessed over the years, right from the birth of humanity, from the Adams and Eve, where they landed, to the prophecies, to Noah and the ship and the wrecks in the Red Sea, to the civilizations and the roots that left us, not only civilizations and tombs, but wisdoms from these civilizations, to the birthplace of the language, down to the Prophet Muhammad and what that translated into this holy land for Muslims, and more of that to the culture of the Saudi Arabia that started in hundreds of years, and now we have so many sites. But the beauty is not just the historical sites. The beauty is not just that we have the best sea in the world, or we have the best diverse topography, the highest lands in this region. I think the beauty is what all those people and the people of today have left us or have left in their hearts to give you all.
Absolutely.
This land is calling.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, gentlemen. And of course, for the people who are watching this panel on the internet, and because we're also broadcasting globally, and for a lot of Chinese travelers, when you visit in the future, you can pay a visit to all those touristy spots and cultural spots to learn the local culture, to get connected with the people, and of course, stay in Xinjiang hotels in the future, very much so. And I believe Xinjiang International has already like 40 different properties here in Saudi Arabia, and that will be even more in the future. So thank you so much, gentlemen, and a great session. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chiching, and many thanks to your dear guests as well. Mr. Fahad had said it really well. This land is indeed calling, ladies and gentlemen. And I believe now it's time for a quick, short prayer/coffee break for those who wish. And we will meet back here for our last session in 30 minutes. حضورنا الكريم سنأخذ استراحة سريعة.
Distinguished guests, will take a quick break for those who wish to perform prayer or sip on a quick cup of coffee, and then we shall meet again within 30 minutes. Until then, be safe.
وسهلا بكم مجددا ضيوفنا الكرام بعد هذه الاستراحة القصيرة.
Welcome back again after this short break. We delve into right to our next session. Before we meet you again yesterday, hoping that we will continue the agenda of the conference in the second day, but we'll talk about this later. Now, in this session, we will talk about the food security and all the challenges created by the pandemic and the supply chain and the strategies adopted by the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the Arabian countries, also China, to mitigate the shock of effects of this pandemic and how we can create a food supply chain to avoid any future crisis and future shocks. Distinguished guests, please welcome the moderator of this session, the last session of the day, and his distinguished guests.
Hello. Assalamu alaikum and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for staying with us to this session. We have a lot to go through today with an expert panel talking about one of the most critical issues affecting our generation. We're very lucky to have with us today His Excellency, the Minister of Environment, Water and Agriculture. So I'm going to get right into it. Early on today, when we began the conference, we mentioned about Saudi Arabia's Vision 2030. And we talked about collaboration between Saudi Arabia and China's businesses, of which food security remains one of the most critical issues affecting both the Middle East, Saudi Arabia, as well as China for various reasons. So I want to just go right into it and ask His Excellency the Minister, what are some of the most pressing challenges for the food security sector?
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. عندما نتحدث عن الغذاء.
In the name of Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful, the most important challenges regarding the food security, we must deem them as global challenges. The agriculture products and the agricultural products are in the form of raw materials that require processing, ending with food products. And the producers in general struggle with the increase in demand and the increase in population of the world and a continuous change in the different patterns of food consumption that makes the forecasting of hardship and also the fact fulfilling the need or the demand for the food products when we reach a world reach and 9 billion remains a big challenge. And also the agricultural production, the main input of different fruit products touches all the aspects of the food supply chain, starting with raw materials, lands, water, different agricultural inputs, seeds, fertilizers with variable prices and volatile prices, and in some instances there are extreme volatile changes that makes the profits of margin of low value. So therefore the agriculture investment itself is not of the highest yield in general. In addition to that, there's also the fact of or the elements related to logistics in general. Transferring these products is of high cost and must be transferred and transported in a manner that will maintain its quality and its safety to be ready for human use in appropriate time. And also the amount of waste in general in the world wastes more than 30% of the food, which also is considered a challenge and puts a great pressure on the different limited natural resources that are made available. So the challenges in general are immense. And the funding also presents one of the challenges. Therefore, we do find different agricultural funds and agriculture banks, as agriculture is not the first choice for commercial banks to provide funding, and the list goes on and on as far as the provision of food in general, but also the list is also prolonged. We talk about opportunities to produce food safely and soundly, and the fair distribution of this wealth.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Just to follow up a question, if I can paraphrase an old saying, that behind every challenge is an opportunity. So given all these challenges, what are some of the opportunities for both the public sector as well as the private sector of China and Saudi Arabia to come together, to work together? What are some of those opportunities? Can you be a little bit specific?
I believe that China is an importer of food products as well as Saudi Arabia, and there are great challenges, great opportunities, but we do need policies, more incentivizing policies in the agricultural sector in both countries, and I believe that also that there are opportunities to improve the incentives provided to the farmers. And I also believe, which is the most important, if we talk about the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and China, the investments of agriculture could be in a third-party country, and then we apply the responsible investment, as this investment should have benefits to the hosting country, to China and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, which will lead to the increase of agricultural production, thus affecting the food products, which will contribute to a food security not only to China and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, but the whole world, as the demand will increase of all the food products. We in the Saudi Arabia today, we have a great investment opportunities, coastlines extending for more than 3,000 kilometers, and we produce, for example, some of the best fish products, and we export to China. Next month, they will form a team from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia to visit China to present more than 18 investment opportunities of the different different seed products. We will have a great opportunity to achieve self-sufficiency for both countries. This is just an example. But also we should benefit from science and knowledge. Today we have new technologies, great experiences and trials that we can, both countries can benefit from to maximize the benefit and also to mitigate the current standing costs in the markets.
This is a good opportunity to segue to His Excellency Dr. Mohammed Sulaiman. What role is the Islamic Development Bank Group playing in terms of enhancing and addressing the issue of food security?
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Thank you very much for the opportunity to meet and to share the thoughts that we have at the Islamic Development Bank. The Islamic Development Bank always believed that developing agriculture and providing food for the population is a prerequisite for any form of development. And since development is is our raison d'être, that's why we were there, we have done a lot in that line. For example, since inception of the Islamic Development Bank 49 years ago, we have lent about $21 billion for agricultural projects in the 57 member countries. Unfortunately, many of our members are very poor. 29 of our 57 member countries are least developed. And therefore, famine and shortage of food is a very serious issue. And we have tried to develop, with like-minded institutions, some modes of production. For example, with the African Development Bank, we developed what we call the special agro-processing zones. So it's not only about production, but also about processing and distribution. So we get the value chain all connected very well. And this has been working very well. So we are replicating it in the Senegal. And we are also developing other modes, what we call the value chain. So we have the rice value chain, we have the cassava value chain, and all of these modes of production and distribution of food are being developed in these countries. This is very important for us in the Islamic Development Bank, and we think China, since China is participating here, China has something to offer in that, through South-South cooperation, through reverse linkage, because they have done very well with their agrarian revolution. Unfortunately, many of our member countries have not done that. They were distracted by industrialization, and they neglected agriculture for too long. And when that happened, it takes a long time to revive the soil, to revive the land, to bring back the skills, to acquire all the implements and the machinery necessary for that production. But now, after this recent food crisis, I think now most of us especially like the African Development Bank, the Asian Development Bank, the Islamic Development Bank, we have realized, with our member countries also, we all realized that that was a mistake, and we have to really work hard on reviving, not only help our countries procure and rebuild their stocks of grains and food, which has to be done, but also we have to develop the land and the agricultural techniques, the production and the processing for that. And this is now very well integrated in our modus operandi at the Islamic Development Bank.
Right, thank you. Those are very interesting macro trends and big issues, big picture issues that we'll come back to in a minute.
Sure.
I want to move to Mr. Abdullah Al-Badr, the CEO of the Al-Marai Group. From your perspective as a provider, big provider of food in the downstream, what are some of the key challenges and issues when it comes to, when talk about food security?
I believe for us in Al-Marai, as I would say, leading operator in the region, we have responsibility towards all stakeholders, consumers, and then different stakeholders, primarily government, investors, and then the whole ecosystem, society, and economic society as well. Having this sense of responsibility certainly puts us under a tremendous focus to ensuring supply of food products. And this, with very large operation that we have, we had to extend our diversification of supply to multi-phases. One, if we look at the integration side, we invested about 2 billion Saudi riyals in agriculture farming, basically alfalfa in Argentina and the States, and also we procure from Europe as well to diversify any potential risk of supply. Then you go further on the farming, be it on dairy farming or poultry farming as well, where we have had separate sites to ensure biosecurity and continuity of operation. Further, on the processing side, we have operations in Saudi, in UAE, in Egypt and Jordan, where we process food. And obviously, we are available in GCC and all together with different distribution angle. We own our fleet, so we ensure that our products are available to our consumers every day in the most, I would say, in the nearest convenient store next to their homes. This is our responsibility. Having this sense of responsibility towards the stakeholders enabled us to be always focused to ensure that the product is always available at a very high quality you can trust, and at the most responsible prices that we can put to ensure sustainability of our work.
All right, thank you. We also have on the panel with us Engineer Ahmed Rashid Al-Bala, who is the co-founder and vice chairman of a company called Nakwa. Now, I was very, very fascinated to hear that Nakwa is one of the largest aquaculture providers, and where I guess Saudi Arabia lacks in arable agricultural land, you have plenty in terms of a very long coastline, pristine waters of the coastline, where you breed and you export barramundi, Red Sea barramundi, Red Sea shrimp, and sea cucumbers to, of all places, China.
Yeah.
Tell us a little bit more about your business.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Thank you for the opportunity. Actually, Nagwa is a 40 years old company. We've been really working in desert coast aquaculture technology, basically, which is growing seafood protein out of seawater without using any fresh water. The main concept of the project is really to develop arid land, which is desert land, using the Red Sea water, and produce shrimp and other fish species. Alhamdulillah, with the support of the government and many stakeholders, we had achieved successful in that. And the Nagwa now is, if not the largest, one of the largest company in the world. And our relation with China is multi-layer, actually. Yeah? We learn a lot. China is the largest aquaculture producer in the world. Also, they are the largest market for us. So, and we are targeting species that suit the Chinese as well as the Saudis. So we tackle food security from different angles, and we also tackle trade deficit from different angles. So Nagwa principle is a little bit away from all the constraints of normal agriculture, but more into capitalizing in the competitive advantage of Saudi Arabia and building into the pristine seawater of Red Sea and having the right quality, which is basically can satisfy such consumer in China and other parts of the world. We are looking really for more cooperation, especially in the science and in developing other species, and most likely in the market and market development. China, if you may know that per capita consumption has tremendously changed the last 10 years, and I think this is a lot for Saudi Arabia to learn. So we can basically influence Saudis to eat more seafood, so we can basically contribute more into the food security.
Right. One of your businesses is actually the cultivation of seaweed and sea algae for animal feed.
Absolutely.
Can you elaborate a little bit about that?
Yeah, this is actually is a new strategy initiative by MIWA. We had just finished last week the first international conference in algae culture. We're looking into algae into multi-layer also benefit as feed mainly, also as environmental solution for solubles in the waters, also extraction of CO2. So, and it is, I think in Saudi Arabia there is moral interest in producing green algae or protein, which is basically doesn't need fresh water. So we are well positioned to be leading the world, inshallah, and to be the center of excellence of this new initiative. Thanks to MIWA and to the aquaculture program in Saudi Arabia, which is basically stressing the importance of this. We will start where other had ended, but we will focus in feed. And hopefully, inshallah, very soon you will see mega project in this aspect.
In the issue of animal feed, that is also a very important part of the human protein. Next to you, we have Pierre from Calisio, who also has a very, very interesting business model. You are developing a bacteria that metabolizes methane gas to produce fish feed. Would you like to elaborate a little bit more?
Yeah, exactly. Thank you. It's a very good introduction. And as our friends from Nakwa just mentioned, feeding the animal is a major challenge. You need to feed all these fish and shrimps with sustainable and quality feed. And In aquaculture feed, one of the main ingredients is actually protein. So there is a key challenge to find the actual adequation between demand and supply in the protein market without competing with human food. Because one of the key components is soybean meal, with a lot of challenges on arable land and also in geopolitical. The other key component is fish meal, and then the issue is overfishing. So overall and globally, the industry is literally starving from protein in order to keep with the growth of demand in aquaculture. This is how very few of you probably know our company, but we are a subsidiary of Sinochem, and we are doing feed additives for the group. And Sinochem mandated us to find a new source of protein that would be sustainable for aquaculture. And we found that technology in the US and acquired this technology, which is called single-cell protein, which is this magical bacteria, which is non-GMO, which is a naturally occurring bacteria that lives and feeds on methane. And through quite a complex chemical process, it creates protein. And interestingly here, you have exactly the same logic in China and in Saudi Arabia. China needs locally made protein to sustain its aquaculture, and we built the first plant in Chongqing in China, which is going live right now. And now we have a major project in Saudi Arabia, in Al Jubail, to do a larger plant, and we also signed last week during the aquaculture conference in Kobar an agreement with Karst University to make sure we can optimize the use of this technology to Saudi condition in aquaculture under the blessing of His Excellency.
Can I ask how big is the capacity of that plant in Chongqing and how big is the capacity of the plant in Saudi Arabia?
The plant in Chongqing is 20,000 tons. It's the first of its kind, and it's to prove the technology. The project in Jubail is for 100,000 tons, and we may expand in the future.
Why is Saudi Arabia's plant 5 times the capacity of Chongqing, considering China's population?
Our intention is to grow in China. We had to limit risk to make sure that the industrialization phase of the technology was working. And this is why we started with 20,000 tons. The plan in China is to grow to 80, then 200,000 tons. Since now we know exactly how to build a plant and how to operate, the plan is to do 100,000 tons in Saudi Arabia. And based on the Vision 2030 and the needs of the major aquaculture company in Saudi Arabia, we feel probably 1/3 of this production will be sold locally.
Which brings us to Sarah Menker, the founder of Grow Intelligence. You are a company that uses AI predictive tools to tell us about global demand and supply. And earlier on in our conversation, His Excellency, the Minister, talked about how food security is actually a global problem. So I guess there is a tendency to address food security as a local issue. But what your AI predictive tools are telling us is that it really is a global issue. Can you elaborate?
Yeah, it's first of all, thank you for having me. And yes, it's a global issue, and it's a very interconnected issue too. So really, there's not just dependencies between countries for sort of global trade to function, but actually dependencies between products that sort of cause cascading effects. And maybe I'll start with an example of a product and then work backwards in terms of sort of how this becomes global. But, you know, we're sitting here in Riyadh where there's no consumption of pork. But the single most important sort of market for Saudi Arabia to monitor is pork demand in China. And why? Because pork demand in China is the largest pull for animal feed demand, which is grain demand. And grain imports here are a major import, both again for human consumption as well as for animal feed. And so even though a product is not necessarily consumed in a particular economy, pulls from other economies and demand functions from other economies essentially and other products will shape what the outcome is, right? And then I think if there's one thing we've sort of learned about our global food systems over the last 3 years, first with with COVID and then subsequent shocks is that one small shock can have multi-layered cascading effects that are truly sort of global in nature and very hard to unwind. I say, you know, agriculture is one of those systems that it's ancient. And it's one that we have struggled to understand on a very real-time basis because it's deeply complex because of these sort of interrelationships. And so it's really an industry where sort of global trade coming together and thinking through what partnerships look like is actually quite critical. And if you sort of look at China and China's policies on food security, for example, you know, the targets in the 5-year plans are set as self-sufficiency in cereal grains and absolute food security, where the notion of absolute food security goes beyond the borders of China into the way in which trading partnerships are diversified for the things where China cannot be self-sufficient domestically. So really, I think food security is truly a global issue, and any national policy still has to sort of sit within a global context because it's near impossible to be fully self-sufficient. There's, you know, only 1 or 2 countries in the world that can really be that.
Just out of curiosity, can Engineer Ahmad Rashid Abdallah's product or peers' product, can that be turned into animal feed rather than just fish feed?
Yes, I think so. Yes, absolutely. Yeah, our product is met all the standards, and we can address this market as well.
So you could have potentially have one aspect of that locally sourced, in the case of PA, locally sourced animal feed that reduces some of that global pull and effect. Right.
Yep.
Please.
Yeah, I was going to say you can certainly have that, and this is where it's sort of about trade-offs, but also when thinking about global systems, the third layer to add to this, and Pierre and I talked about this briefly, is energy. Energy is a very big part of our food systems, whether in terms of the production of fertilizer or the need as an input into fertilizer, or the actual manufacturing product. And now increasingly, the intertwinement between our agricultural systems and our fuel systems because of biofuels and biodiesel. So whether using corn for ethanol in the US, palm oil and vegetable oils and for the production of biodiesel in South Asia and Southeast Asia, you have these interlinkages that exist there as well.
Right. If I could turn back to His Excellency Dr. Mohammed Sulaiman and ask about the ISDB. Hearing what we've just heard about how the need to tackle food security is both a global problem that also is manifested locally. What are what effective policies do you have in place to address this global food security issue?
Thank you. I mentioned some of them, but our most important act at the bank is really the infrastructure. Because you could have a farm, and then if it's not connected to the market, then the food will just spoil there. I'll give you an example. I was in a visit to the Gambia, and the president told me, he said, Mohammed, between these 2 important towns, it used to take us 12 hours by car to get from one city to the other. You gave us a loan, we built the new highway, it takes us now only 4 hours. So you can imagine cutting it to 1/3, what that does to their lives. We go to Indonesia, and they had a very innovative program of slum rehabilitation. They have a lot of slums, and the government divided them up. We took one part, and we were lending money and supervising the operations. The fish was dying. It was dead because these are fishermen living on these channels coming out of the ocean, and then the fish was dying, and their livelihood is gone. So when we got in with the government and with their research institutions, we discovered that the mangrove tree actually eats the pollution. So all we did was just put those mangrove trees around those channels, and within a couple of months, they were clean and the fish was back. So they had their livelihood back. We demolished the slums. We built up still very simple housing, and now their lives are back. So infrastructure is very important part of it. Credit, for example, microcredit to little farmers is very important. When it's not there, they may have the greatest ideas, but if they don't have the money, they're not going to be able to implement any of that. So there is just so much that people can do. For example, in our case, just recently with the food crisis, we put aside $10.5 billion to lend to our member countries. As I mentioned earlier, 1/3 to replenish the stocks and 2/3 to renovate and to rebuild their farms. We have also had to deal with the climate problems because they were getting hit from all directions, especially recently. So the climate, we and the Arab Coordination Group, which is a group of all of the Arab development institutions, we put together a package of $24 billion. 13 billion of them come from the Islamic Development Bank alone. And we know that the climate impact is going to be with us for a long time. So we're helping with that, and at the same time, so we're helping the environment, but we are also helping the farmers and these communities to survive, not only to thrive, but to survive. So we have to have all of this really coordinated if we are to get some decent agricultural and food production in these communities, and we have no choice but to do that.
Right. Thank you. This is where I turn back to His Excellency, the Minister. I saw you taking notes. So we talk about infrastructure. So what is the Saudi government's plan in terms of developing infrastructure to, like as you mentioned earlier on, the need to transport product produced from the source to the consumer? What is the national food strategy as part of the Vision 2030?
In fact, one of the main goals, one of the main objectives of the 2030 vision in Saudi Arabia is to achieve food security for the kingdom. Achieving food security started with a strategy that impersonates and describes the present and comes up with opportunities after identification of challenges. Today, we finished our strategy for food security. We have a governmental and organizational structure that is different from what we had 2 or 3 years ago. We are about maybe we are the only Arab country or the only country in the region that has an authority for food security. We have multiple initiatives with their budgets. One of the most important of them that I can mention now is a center that is responsible for emergency or early detection and early emergency and early detection for problems. And I think this will be helpful for Saudi Arabia and for the region. And also we talked about enhancing national production, whether through encouraging farmers and providing them with loans. And also I can say that the Agriculture Development Fund provided 7 billion riyals last year. In 2015, it was only 500 million. This year, I think we'll go beyond 8 billion Saudi riyals. This indicates many things. First, agricultural investment in Saudi Arabia, when it's in the right place, in the right destination, to the right direction, in the right field, in this case, it is a profitable investment. There is also another product or investment related to rural development in order to increase production in all of the areas in the kingdom that has some distinguishes or some advantages. We also talked in the strategy about aqua agriculture and agricultural investments. We own, outside of Saudi Arabia, we own SALIC. SALIC is responsible for the agriculture investments outside of Saudi Arabia. We have an assets of more than 30 billion Saudi riyals for investments in agriculture outside Saudi Arabia. The SALIC invests in important strategic goods. We identified 12 strategic goods that are very important for the food of humans in the whole world in general. SALIC will continue to invest in the production, transportation of these products to Saudi Arabia in the coming 10 years. We think that this will increase the reliability of the supply chains in general. Also, another factor that is very important, and this was tested during Corona pandemic and also after the Black Sea incidents, the dealing of the government with the emergency situations happens is in a very short time. Saudi Arabia dedicated 20 billion riyals to deal with the difficulties resulting from scarcity of food. Within few weeks of this presentation, this led to the availability of food, led to the maintaining of prices of food and controlling prices, providing food products in a quality and specifications that go in line with the requirements in Saudi Arabia. In a nutshell, talking about the strategy of food is a long talk and might take longer time, but I think that Saudi Arabia today is in a better position compared to before. We still have a lot of room for improvement, but I think that we're on the right track and we will have continuous progress. This progress will create opportunities not only in agriculture investment, but also in food industries, in logistics, as well as in products that I can call secondary products that have the nature, rural nature, that has the appropriate advantage.
I want to try a slightly different and slightly more controversial question, and I want to turn to His Excellency Dr. Mohammed Sulaiman. His Excellency, the Minister, talked about how Saudi Arabia has early detection of a pending food security crisis, investments in infrastructure. You've got that vision to put food security as the top of your agenda as you head towards 2030. But what of the rest of the Arab world, where countries where maybe food security, where maybe the realization is not at top of their agenda? And we spoke about how this can actually become a globally connected problem. So this is where you come in.
Yes, yes.
This is where your bank comes in. What are your mitigation strategies?
Actually, this is one of the most disheartening parts of our economic history, because we missed some very good times. I mean, there was times in the 70s when we felt that parts of the emerging economies could be the breadbasket for the whole world. Unfortunately, that didn't happen, and partly because of distorted economic policies. For example, subsidies. Subsidies are okay, but they have to be rationalized. You go and you go with targeted subsidies and cash subsidies. You don't go with in-kind. So what happened, for example, there were countries with surplus wheat production, but then they lowered the price of the bread to the consumer to the point where it became not feasible for the farmer to produce. So they stopped producing wheat because of the subsidy of the bread, and then they started importing. Their foreign exchange bill has gone up. The rest of the transmission mechanism from bad to worse happened, and then they stopped producing wheat. They started importing wheat from Ukraine and other countries. So what we are trying to do, what I mentioned, for example, the special agro-processing zones that we're doing with the African Development Bank across the countries, Arab and non-Arab countries, is really to, one, stop these distortionary economic policies, especially with the subsidies, because that has been proven once and again that it was not helping with the agricultural development of these countries. And this is really very important, and we realize it. The good thing is that now the governments realize it also, and I hope that now going forward that our member countries will start doing better. And there are some countries, not member countries, but they're following the same strategies. I was in Ethiopia recently for the African Heads of State Summit, and we were told by the Prime Minister that they had like 3 million extra production of wheat because they use these new methods. So there is a good promise, there is a good prospect for these countries, but they have to be very careful with these distortionary policies. They start with the best of intentions, but they end with tears.
Please.
I think also that it is worthy to be mentioned that in the recent summit, Saudi Arabia promised an initiative for food security for the Arab countries. And I think that there is room for that initiative, and the kingdom will lead magnificent work that will lead to increasing food security index in the Arab world countries by working as one team in order to achieve this target. Work is under progress, and I think everybody will participate, including the Islamic Bank. Because I think that food security, from our own point of view, if we lose food security, God forbid, this will lead to the loss of social security and security in general. So first, we need to protect our food security. Food security is not only the availability of food. It is availability of food, quality of food, and we need also to mention that the quality of this food is maintained. Our young men and women are the future and the backbone of our societies and our countries. So we need to ensure good nutrition for these young men and women. And I think this will lead to real development of these countries. We are so proud, all of us, to be part of this initiative that is under progress now. And with the consolidated efforts of everyone, it will see the light and it will be beneficial for all the Arab world.
I also want to tap Sarah's intelligence and how it affects the Arab world. So what does your predictive tool tell you about the future of demand and supply? We know a few macro things that are happening. The war in Ukraine is still happening. Inflation is on the rise in a lot of major countries around the world. Interest rates are high. What does that translate to demand and supply for food, especially in the Arab world?
Yeah, and when you think of, the supply and the demand, on supply side, your biggest risks tend to be either geopolitical or climate. And when you think about sort of climate and climate shocks that we've been experiencing, we just had 3 back-to-back unprecedented years of La Niña. That meant record droughts in basically the largest bread baskets and exporters in the world, namely North America and South America. So you basically had consecutive droughts for 3 years in the US, in Brazil, in Argentina. And when you have drought on drought on drought, the effect on production actually becomes more severe because you're basically going in depleted. You also had reduced fertilizer application because of geopolitics last year and because of the war. And so that meant that in a drought year where you had less input use, still had impacts on yields, and you saw that really largely play out in Argentina. This year, we're coming out of La Niña, but we're going straight into El Niño, which also rarely happens. Now what that happens is you'll shift the drought out of the US and out of South America to places like Australia and Southeast Asia, where you'll hit palm oil and wheat production out of those regions. So just the sheer volume and extent of supply-side shocks that we're facing due to climate and climate stresses has gone up. So the volatility of climate has gone up, whether it's which direction, it almost doesn't matter because predictability is going down. Now, when you think of what's happened on the demand side and what's happening on the demand side, I would say the largest change we've seen on the demand side actually comes from China, which is, as I mentioned, there was a policy around self-sufficiency of cereal grains and absolute food security. So what that meant was rice, wheat, corn, barley, so your main cereals. China was largely self-sufficient and only imported very small quantities on off years for any of these sort of major cereal grains. It only largely imported soybeans as animal feed. That shifted in 2020. So when you look at imports of the combined cereal grains that I just mentioned, it's now the world's largest importer of corn, it's now the world's largest importer of wheat, it's now the world's largest importer of barley. That, from a global demand standpoint, is a very big seismic shift. because it's also the world's largest economy in terms of sort of production and consumption of these agricultural products. So you really rarely ever have both supply and demand side shocks happening simultaneously. And right now, the system in the world is still resolving that amidst a highly inflationary environment, where if you look at year-on-year price moves of wheat, looks like prices are down because they're down from all-time highs. But when you look at the trajectory of a basket of food price for the world for the last 3 years, you know, even in the US, an average grocery basket is still up over 50% since we were in the start of 2020. When you look at a country like Sudan, the price of food over the last 3 years is up 1,500%. You look at a country like Lebanon, the price of food is up 1,900%. You look at Syria, the price of food over the last 3 years is up 500%. Saudi Arabia is an anomaly in the sense that the price of food in Saudi Arabia over the last 3 years is only up 26%. And I say only because it's so low compared to some of the numbers I compared. But these are really high numbers. And so when you think of food security, it's availability and it's affordability. And when affordability becomes a challenge is when you have social unrest. And you know, if you think about where we've been in development aid for food aid, we've also had record food aid the last 2 years. Those aid cycles and budgets are coming off in Q3 of this year. It will go about half. So the World Food Programme's budget will go down by about 50% by the end of this year. When that happens, if we're still in this inflationary environment, I think we face some really dire consequences as humanity around how to sort of handle the sheer volumes of sort of what kind of need we're going to be dealing with. So, you know, I think you have to look at it from sort of all the different dimensions of, and when you add affordability in, you still have very serious challenges on affordability in many, many parts of the world.
Now, in a lot of consumer products, when products become sometimes some products tend to price themselves out of the market, right? Because affordability adjusts. But obviously in food, we all need to eat. But is there any element of a downward shift in consumption patterns or the way people consume food that can mitigate some of that inflation?
Well, you're seeing it already. I mean, the cure for high prices is high prices. When prices get too high, you start to lose demand. And so demand destruction always starts with higher valued products. So you'll see it in proteins, because protein is an excess. It's something that you sort of eat if you have enough to go around, right? So, and it works its way down to the grains, but grains and proteins are linked because of the animal feed component, and grains and fuel are connected because of the macroeconomic component. And so that's why you're actually starting to see this downward cycle in terms of sort of just commodity prices overall. You know, sometimes you see that because production is up a lot, but when you start to see demand destruction, you're starting to see it, you are starting to see it resemble in the numbers in sort of just overall downward trends. I mean, you look at sub-Saharan Africa, I'm from Ethiopia, so, you know, you see sort of the economic growth story that had come out of Africa for the last better half of the decade. In the last 3 years, most of that has been, we've gone back to where we were about 10 years ago from an economic growth standpoint. A lot of that incremental demand is what you're seeing in demand destruction. Why you haven't seen as much of it come off is because population growth in a lot of these regions is also the youngest. These are some of the youngest countries in the world, right? So just from a sheer population standpoint, you're still seeing increases.
Thank you. In the remaining time that we have, I would like to ask everybody to do a summary, if you will. What's your main takeaway from this panel? Let's start with Your Excellency. What is the Islamic Development Bank's takeaway from all these discussions?
Well, I take away that food is most important and that we have to revisit our strategy as nations and as families even, about how to go about procuring food, growing food. I think it's important that countries, I think the minister alluded to this, take responsibility for some of these major investments. I mean, how could you have the largest chicken farm maybe in the world and the largest fish market, producing company in the world in a desert like Saudi Arabia. There must have been a lot of strategic thinking behind it to lead to where it has become. So private sector has to do its work, individuals have to do their work, but also governments have to provide the guidance. If not the investment and the financing, at least the guidance to where they expect the economy to be in terms of agricultural product and food security. Because food security, as the minister said, because without food security, you lose all other types of security, God forbids.
Right, thank you. Your Excellency Minister, what is your takeaway from this? Do you hope to see some actual concrete projects out of this couple of days discussion?
If
you allow me at the beginning, I do agree with my colleague. The mistake that some of the official entities fall in, that they focus on the price and the price of abundance. I believe that the abundance of products comes first and its quality, then comes the price. If you talk about the price and the governments interfere with the prices, then I believe that's an indicator that the problem will further worsen. And I do agree with my colleague. And I also believe that food and food security, despite the fact that in the different meetings of FAO, it was not taken seriously. I believe that Corona and the incidents in the Black Sea made us all talk about the food security. So therefore, I have an optimistic point of view. In the coming days, we'll see qualitative investments. We'll see also cooperation between countries of similar nature to ensure the soundness of the food supply chain. I'm also optimistic regarding the food waste that reach almost 3 to 33%. We in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, it costs us about $40 billion. And the consumers, as well as the governments, will view this matter or this phenomenon to limit the waste to a minimum, and therefore also to save on the different budgets and also to save on the budgets on family level. Thank you.
Right. Mr. Abdullah Al-Bada, I do apologize for neglecting you a little bit. What's your key takeaway from this?
I believe if you look at like 2 decades back, most of the discussions in such forums will be more of globalization, intercontinental sort of business, trade, and what have you. Last couple of years, the tone is probably to the other side, is more deglobalization. And it doesn't have to be right or left. I think in such conference that we have now, what we are looking at is obviously more focus on food security on one regard, and the other side is collaboration. And we see this happening between the Arab countries and China. I believe the collaboration and the stakeholders sitting together would always yield into improvements and results. And whenever we look at it, regardless of how you dissect this, there are always opportunities. And success is built on another success. And we see now opportunities from the regulatory side between, for different sectors within food, between the 2 countries, Saudi Arabia and China in this context. And on the logistic, technology, presence, some might be on short term, some might be on much longer term. In Al-Mara'i, we see opportunities, and we started work in the recent past with different authorities in China for baby food, infant formulas, and that is progressing, and hopefully we will see that in China market.
Engineer Ahmad Rashid, you are making headways exporting to China. What's the next step?
Yes, I think, I see an opportunity and challenge for seawater aquaculture product. We do have really opportunity to contribute to the food security in a sustainable way, especially in many Arab world where the arid and the seawater coast is available. I think we should capitalize also in the experience China ahead of us. Also, we try to basically produce the right product for export and local market.
I hope to see more of your Red Sea barramundi in the Chinese market.
Hope so. Hope so. We're already there, and we will see more, inshallah.
Right.
Certainly, you'll see more shortly.
Right. Pierre, interesting project in Saudi Arabia. When will it come online?
Yeah, inshallah, 2027. This is really quite a large construction plant, but we really believe we can sustain the growth of our colleagues here, of Al Marai and Al Nakwa, and be there to celebrate success and better feed the Saudi population.
Thank you. And final word.
I think I said enough. But I mean, listen, sometimes it's hard. It's hard to see the end of the tunnel when thinking about challenges so big, so global, so interconnected. And at the same time, they're very solvable because I think we can come across the table and come up with, it's a give and get. It's not a zero-sum game. And I think food security is certainly not a zero-sum game for anybody. There's nobody that actually stands to gain from it. So as hard as some of these conversations have been over the past few years, I think the one thing that we've learned is that it has come onto the global stage at a much bigger level than it has before. I mean, food security is now a part of every major national security conversation. This year was the first year that the Munich Security Conference had it as an official agenda item, as opposed to a side event. So I think that this is all very positive in terms of sort of where we can get to as a world, as hard as it might be.
Yeah, and to Mr. Abdullah Al-Badra's point, it's really about globalization. And we really should take this topic to the next discussion of economic cooperation between China and Saudi Arabia. And hopefully we can do something together, as you say, inshallah, in Saudi Arabia. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Eugene Tang, for moderating this session, and many thanks to your dear guests as well. حضورنا الكريم وصلنا إلى ختام.
Distinguished guests, we came to the conclusion of the first day of the conference, the Chinese Arab Business Conference, but more and more and deliberations and discussions to come tomorrow. And the agreements we'll always normally witness in the second day, hoping to meet you tomorrow at 9:30 a.m. Please be on time. Until then, peace be upon you.